I'm just in the final throes of setting up. Hope you're keeping well. Just realised I needed to put a bit of sun cream on. So I'm just setting up today's poll. Bit of fun today rather than something just aviation orientated. Apologise for the rustling. I've had to bring a few bags. Go in. Right, that's enough rustling. Sorry folks. So let's do a quick sound check. If people could confirm if I'm easy to hear, all that malarkey. Grateful if somebody could sing that one up while I just put a few bits out of the way. Right, let's get the show moving. Oh, and I was just going to wait for the word on the sound before I start chopsing. Sounds okay. Thank you, Sarah Louise. How are you doing? Rab H just spotted you as well. No W. Anybody else who's confirmed on that? After Friday's difficulties at Newcastle, although I sorted it. So I've got a Ryanair going somewhere. You know what it is when you've had a problem of some sort, you always fear a repetition. So we'll do hi to the chats in a moment. Now I'm hearing a bit of crackle on my end. I'm going to guess you might be getting some of that, so bear with me. I'm just going to stay with this Ryanair for the moment. It must be a cable issue, I think. We always have a little bit of trouble with the radio mast here. Ryanair we're looking at, he's off to Palma. So I'm still here, just trying to clear what I can hear. Anyway, I think that's a little bit better. The Morse codey thing is definitely the tower or the ground radar, but I could definitely hear a crackle as well. Right, let's open the show up. Sorry about the slightly stuttery start. I've been rushing since I got here, and you know what they say about less haste, more speed. I realised the 757, United 757 in her art here, California livery, was inbound, so literally had to run to the spot, and I've got it for you anyway. So, good morning everyone. Thanks for joining me live at Edinburgh International Airport. It looks to me like a cracking day in prospect. Certainly a good mix of action here, exactly as the thumbnail says. So, bit of exotic special livery, nice blend of heavies. The Qatar A350 actually came in really late this morning. I did miss that one. I'd got my head in the broadcast box, so that would have been a telescope under live operating conditions. Anyway, it was not running as late as it was when I checked it at breakfast this morning at 3:30. Anyway, if anyone doesn't know me, I'm Mark, and as I say, we've got a decent morning's action involved. We were planning to finish around 1 o'clock to coincide with the arrival of the second Qatar Airways A350 flight of the day. As it goes, I think the RAF are in at just after 2:30 with one of the Royal Flight aircraft operated by 32 Squadron. I'll show some pictures in a minute for people who might not have seen it. It's my favourite bizjet variety, a Dassault Falcon 900 LX, badged by the military as an Envoy IV. But anyway, a nice little tri-jet with a nice Union Jack on the tail fin. So I'm going to run up to then if I can stretch the juice. So obviously it makes it a long show, and of course moderators don't feel obligated to bat the innings in any way, shape or form, but I figured I'm going to stream it if I've still got the means of doing so. So that's all good. In fact, the self-same aircraft we saw back in August, I think, on the mound on that occasion. Let's put the picture up actually. I know I've got one. Looks a bit like that. So pretty darned gorgeous. I think, don't want to prejudice anything, but if I get to film it, I think that's my plane of the day. And the 757 in her art here, California livery, I'm going to show that shortly, arriving, and some of you will have seen it before, some of you won't. It's due out around 9:30, so you're going to see it again as well. It's all good. And yeah, plenty more besides really. Weather I think is mostly okay, chance of a shower later on in the day, and of course we've got Delta Airlines with their 767 and plenty more besides. I think we might hit 7k today as well on subscribers, so that will be nice. We've got members notice this one really. The emoji menu for today, we've revised it a little bit and we've added up the 7k up emoji, so you can let me know in the chat and share the celebration if we do pass that milestone. So there's that. And let's do the chat. Let's get in the chat. I think that's the best bit. Although I had no trouble at all with my chat at Newcastle, as I recollect anyway. And I've just been thrown out again here. So I do apologise if I will have missed anything I should have seen. I don't know why it does this, and I keep thinking I've got a workaround to it. Anyway, let's get to it. So this is as I see it at the top of my screen, which will potentially be behind. I spoke to a few people a few minutes ago. I've just been thrown out, and this is where it's allowed me to come back in. So Lloyd Bell, hello Lloyd Bell, how you doing buddy? And chatting to DB Bassman. So DB Bassman, how goes it mate? Oh, hang on a minute, just looking more carefully through my steamed up glasses. Lloyd's had a fall, thought you dislocated left arm. Turns out it's broken. FFS. Oh man, I've missed how that happened. Don't you have to type more with your right arm? How you done it, man? That's terrible. Yeah, Sarah Louise speaks for me. My thoughts are with you, definitely. Abby Garvey, good morning to you. Nell W, and talking to Michelle Johnson, so good morning to you both. Hope you're keeping well. Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest, is in the house. And let's have a look. I think the poll must be up. I can't see it on this wretched device. So poll of the day should be the one that says, what's a bacon butty best with? We were talking about this last time we were here, and I thought to myself on the way up the A1, I thought, you know what, let's put it to the poll. What do people really think? So brown, red, something else, none of the above. Simple stuff. Why I can't see it, I think we had this trouble last time. Oh dear. Android browsing. Good morning to Ash Watts. How you doing, pal? Glenn's Aviation Love. I'm hoping you're off today, Glenn, rather than snatching a little bit of time. Either which way, I'm delighted to be able to share the show live with you. Let's just park up on this louder for a minute just to give a fresh look at the landscape. Nell says there was a peeping sound. Others too might have that. I'll come and then it's gone. That might have been me unplugging. I can hear it now. But let's just I've got another plan I might do with that one. In fact, let me just try something now. Sorry to be doing this live. There's only so much you can prep for back at the ranch. No, I can hear it just the same. I was just swapping the shotgun mic's direction around because I think it's off the shotgun mic. I've got an alternative plan. Could dispense with it if I have to, but I'll carry on with the chat for the minute. Brian Pounder, hello to you, and LA Girl, I see your name in the chat. Andy P, let's have a look. I think I'm more or less there. I think I'm going to try something different on the sound in a minute. Whether that works or not, we'll see. Webbo, good morning to you. Tomato sauce all day long. Much as I like brown on bacon, I'm with you there, mate. Brown for bangers, tomato for bacon. Tina York, good morning to you. Happy Sunday indeed, and it is actually it's a lovely scene here. I mean, you can see the Pentland Hills hazily and lazily in the background. We have hit a little bit of a quiet moment with traffic. I'm going to show you the United 757 in her heart livery in a minute. I just thought I'd catch up with the chat. Good morning to Giant Coin Stacks. And if I've missed anybody thus far, it's only because I'm been thrown out of the chat. Hammy, how you doing, muck up? What's the weather prospects where you are, mate? You are my advanced warning station. Rains with Hammy, it's going to be raining with me. And I think there might be a chance of rain, or at least a decent shower later on. Good morning, Bruce 747. I'm guessing Bruce 747 is Bruce with a new moniker. Liking that 747. Right, Ash says muffled. I'm going to drive to the bottom of the chat in case muffled was when I was tiffling. Good morning, Sarah Speller. No, Deborah Speller. I'm reading two lines at once. Emma Abdullah is in the house. I'm keeping well. Hope you are good. No, I'm Duller in the house. I think there's an army of streamers covering Manchester. I think I'll add nothing to that. All clear, thinks Hammy on the weather. Excellent. I have come prepared for a showery day, but not a full wet one. Good morning to Carl Shield, our friend in Dublin. DB Bassman's daughter and hubby went out to Vienna yesterday. No idea who Niki Lauda was. Yeah, I think we're all... Let's get back to Niki's legacy. Of course, anyone who doesn't know, a former three-time, I believe, Formula One racing car driving champion, but also founded Lauda Air. Right, the bleeping's annoying me, so I'm going to do something slightly different. So, as there's no planes moving at the minute, so hello. Hoping that is better, folks. Certainly sounds a lot crisper in my headset, which is a decent start. So do apologise for taking as long as it took me to get there. Thank you so much, Keith Cornell, for your kind words to Eddie. I don't think he's going to join us in today's show. He's largely been bedridden. For folks who didn't catch the post, he basically went away for a short break with family and was ill pretty much by the time he got there. So he's not had much luck at all on that front. Spent 3 days away in bed. Right, I've seen what your comment about sound, Ash. I'm guessing I must be a lot cleaner now on sound. Interestingly, a different problem to Rab's perfect on his sound. This must be better sound because I've got no wobbling sound. So yes, Tina, that's the buzzing sound. Like I say, sometimes we pick that up here off the ground radar. It's the shotgun mic that picks that up. I think it's a combination. I used to think it was the mobile tower, but actually, snuck behind the trees, you've got that there. And the other side, about 200 yards in the opposite direction, is a mobile mast. I won't chase that one because it'll take a bit of... You can probably pull the HDMI cable out. Yeah, Sarah Louise says that's better. Bit of live diagnosticing. Thanks, DB Bassman. Thanks, Rab H, confirming Niki Lauda was a three-time F1 champion. Right, looks like I'm kind of caught up. Thank you, Nell W, and everybody else who's persevered with me. The trouble is, just before I went live, it was fine. And then I go live, rotate the camera a bit, and then you pick up something else. But I don't know, that's 2 streams on the trot now. I've had pain in the arse time with audio. Different issue on Friday, but different issue or not, it's all about finding the solution, isn't it? Which kind of reminds me, I better just swap some power over. I'm going to share that 757 now as well. I think that would make sense. So literally I pulled up, checked the phone, realised that the special livery 757 was even earlier than I thought it was going to be. So can I get some power in this? Of course I can. There we go. So here we go, folks. Much preamble from me. I'm just going to fetch it up. So that was something like 7 minutes past 7 this morning, something in that region. So yeah, they made up monster time. Good morning, Daniel Watkins. How goes it? Hope you're keeping well, pal. Bruce. Can't agree, man. The A1 and F1 both send you to sleep. The A1, I could get down with that, but F1, nah. Although, I can't say hand on heart, I have never, ever fallen asleep during an F1 race. That would be probably stretching credibility a little bit. Bit like I couldn't say I hadn't fallen asleep watching a game of football. I've even fallen asleep watching Leicester City live at what was the Walker Stadium in those days. So dire was the game. I think Eddie and I had probably got our heads rested in on each other. In fact, I read something at the time that football clubs, if they catch you asleep in your seats, will potentially evict you because you're at increased risk of potentially not realising there's a ball flying towards you or something. I don't know. So hopefully you enjoyed that 757 arrival. I can't believe I've looked into a becalmed window. It's just the way it kind of goes. The Lauda that we were on earlier on, there's our Lauda. Came in early. Aer Lingus came in early. Everybody's punctuality stats this morning are looking pretty tasty. DB Bassman, I'm trying to avoid the football, mate. I am not thinking we are going to do it. That's a team that lacks fight. I'd rather have a slightly less talented team that fight like the proverbial dogs than a more talented team that just seem to be lacking a bit when it matters. So there's the Aer Lingus A320 rather than our winter schedule ATR 72. LA Girl poses an interesting thought. Life without Google and by extension the internet. Yeah, is that not the default to everything now? I don't know. I'm going to Google it or see if it's in Wikipedia. Probably been catastrophic news for encyclopedia salesmen and so forth. Sarah Louise fell asleep in a yoga class. It is true, and I'm not saying this as somebody who does a lot of that kind of thing, but I have done a small number when we've been away on holiday, Pilates classes, and I found that got quite restful. Although obviously if I can fall asleep in a football match, I can probably fall asleep on a clothesline, cat-like. So thank you, LW. We are going to get some planes. So it looks like we've got an EasyJet Airbus A320-200 inbound from Belfast. Thank you, EasyJet. Here for the planes. Bird song's rather nice again. I think we'll just lay and wait. The plane's still a fair way out. Ah, Webbo, that's an interesting one. Jeeves. Hey Jeeves. Is Jeeves still there? Still out there? Or does his phone ring anymore, so to speak? Do people click on Ask Jeeves? Ask Jeeves. It wasn't Hey Jeeves, was it? Ask Jeeves. Mark Sanderson, I've just spotted you in the chat. Sorry I missed you. Got a nice thick cut of bacon from the butcher's, taking a bit longer to crisp up. Frying eggs now. He's living my dream. Yeah, that's a nice touch. Nice bit of quality bacon by the sounds of it on the go. So a relatively short journey for this plane, short hop over the Irish Sea. Bird scarers out there, scaring me as well as the birds. Well, scaring. Sarah Louise got woke up by the instructor in the yoga class. I'm thinking that's probably didn't make her day. Although you could say, yeah, you know, reached a new plane of relaxation. Right, I'm probably behind on that message, 3 minutes behind. Sorry, Hammy, I hadn't caught your message about the Lufty. I'm just checking for vapour trails. I can't see a sausage in the sky. Clear blue behind me. Check it's not directly over my head. It's that EasyJet are on the way back up. Kaylee Kerwin. Good morning, Kaylee. Welcome to Edinburgh. Hope all is good. And of course, folks, that gentle plea on likes as well. So if you could give us an early like, show us a bit of a pulse with YouTube, help us be promoted while we're live on air. And of course, this might be the show that we actually pass through 7,000 subscribers. So if you are not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Of course, once you're subscribed after a 3-minute wait, you can jump in the chat, and yeah, it's a pretty cool place to be. Somebody else on finals, I see. And of course, I am on telescope 10, I think. Definitely picked one up on Friday, so next one makes 10. We didn't really settle the forfeit, did we? Because I think some of the options of torture were pretty lurid. But we will do something. We might get 3 or 4 options and put it to a members' vote and let democracy settle my fate. Me exercising some kind of veto as to what gets onto the ballot paper. Wow, that sun is fierce this morning. It's quite a chilly day here. We'll do the weather forecast in a minute. It's what you expect really in April. I think, at Edinburgh. A little bit of a nip in the air. Sun's rays feel good. I'm just looking at this. Bruce used to support Leyton Orient, the O's. Who are you with now, Bruce? I just think at the minute it feels like we don't, Leicester City being we, just don't really want to be promoted enough, which is a bit irritating, because I think if they don't, they're going to get absolutely pillaged by the Football League for spending restriction breaches. So next plane in is a Vueling from Barcelona. So let's get to that. Now this one goes out in about 50 minutes or something in that order. So we'll have a guess the ticket one way Edinburgh to Barcelona actually. Just toss that one out there. What do you reckon for a seat? No check luggage, just your 10 kg wheelie case. What do you reckon? You can tell we're now into the summer schedule, early days. Vueling had tended to be a 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish kind of arrival, if I remember correctly, so it didn't often fall within our stream. It's like Ryanair are pushed back and turned. Right, I know we've got some fireworks as well to do for Darren Hadley, who has been a member of Plain Sailing Aviation for 3 months. Here they go. Thank you, Darren. Support very much appreciated by Eddie and I. The Ryanair that you are looking at, 737-800, off to Michelle Johnson's part of the world, London Stansted. I think the Vueling that came in is probably on its way out to Livingston. It still hasn't quite got into my line of sight. Good morning, Audrey McDonald. How are you doing, Audrey? Hope all is good. Hoping you've got a bit of this sunshine. It really does make a difference. Webbo is off to EMA in a bit to catch the 7-4 coming in. Awesome. Whose tail fin is that one, Webbo? Is that Silkway or somebody else? I'll be there too if I live nearby. Sarah Louise is off for breakfast, so yep, you definitely need to watch this show eating breakfast or having eaten it, or about to even, I guess, but you need the calories. And definitely a caffeinated beverage, not because I'm planning to put you to sleep, but I just think general well-being always goes nicely with brew. I have to smash a pot of tea off before I hit the road this morning. So there's our inbound for Welling. Oops, so I keep up with it rather than trying to toggle with the chat. Good morning to Colin Lee's Hearts. How are you doing? So Hammy, we are on 9 telescopes, mate. I definitely picked one up on Friday. I was trying to sort out a problem. That was my mitigation, but I'm not going to put that one to the presiding. Oops. Just kick the tripod a bit there. Not through temper. Got dazzled. So there's our Stansted departure, just rounding the hairpin. So yeah, I missed a sitter on Friday. I was battling a different kind of sound fault, but I had my head in the box instead of my hands. Ooh, big moment for Rab H as well. You're officially a pensioner tomorrow, Rab. Milestone moment. Good morning, Claire. Thank you for joining us. And Phil at SCO. Hope you're both having a great start to Sunday. Certainly the sun shines where you are. Hopefully that'll give the day a spring to it. Right, Aer Lingus on the move with their Dublin departure. Hello to Robster. Has the Qatar gone out yet? No, it hasn't, my friend. It came in very late. So, ballpark, I'm going to say about 7:20, when I think it's usually in around 6 o'clock, I think. Too early for me, o'clock. So, it won't be going out at 8, and you've not missed it. So, you're going to get to see it depart, I'm going to guess, in about an hour's time. And you'll see the second Qatar Airways Doha flight. I think that's in around 1 o'clock. I'll check my notes in a minute. 1:10. He's screaming out in my frontal lobe. Carl Scheel is putting the fast in breakfast with no breakfast till Wednesday. That sounds a challenge and a half, to be honest. Ah, right, got you. Fasting for an operation. Well, I'm not pry, but I hope all goes well for you. See some golfers in the background. In amongst the trees, I think there's a couple of greens around there. Good morning, Andrew R. Welcome to Edinburgh on this Well, delightful spring day. Kind of reminds me why spring is one of my favourite times of the year. Still shaking the dust off from winter. Bit of sunshine, bit of bird song. No major rush there. And away we go. Somebody else on finals, I see. I'll pick that one up in a minute. Claire says, still night where she is. Got to ask, where are you? Somewhere to the west of us, quite clearly. I think in America. Good morning, HGC. Happy Sunday. Plenty of emoji action for the Aer Lingus departure. Nell W, Tina York, and Rab H. Phil Tovey, good morning to you down there in Warwickshire. Hammy advises we've got a KLM 195E2 inbound, which I'm going to take a punt, is this plane. It's always nice when you get a KLM, a genuine KLM, as against a wet lease. German Airways, nice change, but nothing like the Smiley Dolphin. We'll wait for it to execute its turn. Good morning, Mark at North Sky Aviation. How are you doing, pal? And a very warm good morning to Andrew Burns. Welcome to the show. Terry the Artist, good morning, Tell. How goes it? And Claire is near to Kansas City, middle of America, give or take a bit. Daylight some way off then. Alan T, good morning to you. Down in the mother county, Leicestershire at Barden Hill. Andrew Burns, yes, I am to the left. If you, no, let's get this right. Now, I've lost my plane. Just trying to visualise distance. I reckon I'm probably about 200 yards to the left. So you're right, to the left. You just have to follow the footpath along. It kind of gives you a raised view over the fence. As you can see, I'm not picking up any fence line in this shot. So it's quite a popular spot, is Almond Bank, because of that. Named, of course, after the river that is directly behind me. don't think I might be able to put the camera on that in a minute. They keep telling me there's otters in there, but I've yet to see one in person. In fact, I've never seen an otter in a river unless it's on TV. Anyway, checking this beauty out. I do like the 195, although I'm really looking forward to the tipping point we get to once KLM get their A321s. Be nice to see a bit of that on this route. Kind of paradoxical, isn't it? I'm less excited about seeing United Airlines run the A321 here, because I'd rather they carried on with a 757, but KLM, fill your boots, bring the 321 here. Shout out as well to one of our members, a friend of ours, Paul Barnes, who works at the airport here at Edinburgh, has damaged a couple of ribs. It's amazing this, the amount of force that must have been incurred pulling a chock out for an aircraft wheel. Managed to do a couple of ribs and currently off work at the minute. So if you're listening to this, mate, thinking of you, get well soon. Jamie at 136, how are you? Mark at Milskoy, yeah, can't complain, buddy. Getting older, not getting any wiser, but happy, and I reckon that's the main thing. Hammy's not seeing emojis on screen. I have seen some, but that'll be a YouTube issue if it's in any issue, because I don't have any other than what the emojis are. I don't have anything I can tweak. Falkirk FC fan. I'm sure there's more than one of you, and what a great season it's been for Falkirk FC. Les Donaldson, one of our moderators, is a big Falkirk fan. He'll be no doubt delighted to see you in the chat, unless of course you are Les under an alternative identity. Anyway, I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. Right, I think I'm kind of caught up there. 79 likes on the board, so thanks folks, that's really appreciated. Helps us massively with the channel and its development. And of course, a bit like birthdays, probably the younger birthdays on reflection, but it's milestone moments are nice, aren't they? We have no ambitions to somehow become gargantuan. It's not the game we are for the airports that we cover, but steps towards 10k, our eventual desired altitude, they're special. Live in the moment. See if we can get in a little bit more. While I think on, how is the source polling? I can't see it on this screen. It's the usual bonkers pick and mix as to what I can see at this end. So now W confirming we've got an Airbus 319-100 in from London in 10 minutes. So that's our next arrival. It's quieter than I'd anticipated, but you know the way it goes. Best laid plans of men and mice. So while I'm thinking about it, I'll just quickly remind for anyone that is joining the show. So we're going to extend today if we can, depends on the juice, hoping to pick up this baby at around 2:30 this afternoon, It's one of the two Envoy IVs, aka Dassault Falcon 900 LXs, operated by RAF 32 Squadron, who are known as the Royal Squadron. So we're quite looking forward to seeing that. Got a bit of a fancy special livery moment. We've already seen it arrive earlier in the show, and we're going to see it depart around 9:30. So that's all fine and dandy. So what else have we got? Oh, we've got a smattering of bizjets. I think that kind of kicks off for us around 11 o'clock. Memory serves 2 or 3 of different varieties, so that'll be better than nifty. And I've just spotted as well that Darren Hadley, who we celebrated his 3-month membership milestone a short while ago, has just followed us on Ko-fi.com as well. Awesome stuff. And I did say I was going to do weather, didn't I, before I forgot. Need to keep a tab on this actually, because skies at the minute are just blue everywhere. Seems too good to be true. However, like all too good to be true moments, it seems that we are in for a wetter portion of the show. Heavy rain, 70% likely from 12 o'clock, which is a bit of a nuisance. West southwesterly, 18 mile an hour, gusting to 30, so it is going to get a bit more lively and a lot more wet. I don't think I'd seen that degree of rain forecast when I checked this morning at 3:30, so other than a dusting to give us a couple of spray shots, I'm rather hoping that we don't have a wet show. It's such a faffle to get bags on things. Of course, once you're bagged up, you get to enjoy the spray, so it's I suppose you have to be careful what you wish for. So let's have a look back in the stream. Jamie at 136 asked how long. It would have been 1:15. If we can stretch the juice, it'll probably be 20 to 3. That'll give us that Royal Flight Dassault Falcon and the departure, if it went on time, of the Qatar Airways A350. So we'll just see a little bit uncharted territory. We have gone long before and managed enough juice between the various bits of kit, but we keep adding bits of kit and we've still got the same power bank, so that's why I'm being slightly cagey. So Hammy's still got it lovely and clear, 20 miles to the west. Yeah, I think prospects are looking good. But I think, look at that, Mr. Blue Sky. I must admit, I'm rather surprised we've hit such a calm patch. Summer season and all that. Mike S, good morning to you, Mike S. Checked the forecast, next range showing 6 o'clock. You see, I don't know. If you go in the rain radar, I think that's always the more accurate. My Met Office page I'm looking at the minute says heavy rain at midday. I'd go with your forecast all day, every day. Definitely up for that. So Claire asked, does Delta come to Edinburgh? Yes, they do. We will see them around 9:30. They've got their JFK service at 767-300. So we'll get to see that, and it goes back out again 13:35 if it goes on time. So oh, somebody's on finals, that's nice. I'll pick that one up from the chat. Sounds like Nell's showing some catering prowess there. Tuna spread with your chicken's eggs. Good stuff. And good morning, John Mackenzie. Hello, my friend. All the way to the east of us in Hong Kong. I have to be honest, I'll just look at the chit-chat between yourself and DB Bassman. Yes, it would be, wouldn't it? I'm always wondering what the Chinese authorities' approach to us streamers would be, but it's such an iconic location. Ash Watts is taking his classic Mini out for a spin later. Do you know what? When I was looking at my car this morning, I thought not so much, not that it's a classic, it needs a bloody good wash. We took it Cumbria for a couple of days in the week, and it got a little bit mucky. But to be fair, it was already very mucky. Mike Wild, good morning to you, Mike. So Jamie at 136, Edinburgh generally, at the minute, winter timetable since the turn of the year through to where we are now, and of course obviously we're in aviation terms summer timetable, we've been doing a regular Sunday show, or a fairly regular Sunday show. We may look to vary that in due course, but at the minute that's where we are. Well, that's interesting, John Mackenzie. They don't mind in Hong Kong. Mainland China, I wouldn't have any designs on that one. I think that'd probably be a layer of complexity that exceeds my capabilities. Oh, that's interesting. We'll hold that thought. Bit hazy over there on the bizjet park, but we'll rest there pending the incoming plane. And that is a EasyJet Airbus baby bus from London. I'm guessing that'd be Gatwick. Right, let's find the plane. Jamie 136 asked about Glasgow. Yes, we've done Glasgow I think 3 times last year, and I definitely anticipate being back there a couple of times this year. To be honest, with my original planning, we'd have already been for at least once for 2024, but it's not worked out that way due to other priorities and not quite finding the right concentration of traffic to make the journey viable. It's a fair jaunt for me. It's a cracking airport when the planes are there though, there's no question about that. And you get the A380 of course, don't you? So we'll have a look at that one as we get into the summer season and see if we can align that with an Edinburgh stream. Perhaps do an Edinburgh stream one evening and a Glasgow stream the following morning, something like that. Haven't quite figured it out yet. Madrid kind of stole all of the bandwidth, and as members will know, we are currently planning a trip to Frankfurt somewhere in that sort of May, early June window, depending on where we find the right value. And of course members will be aware we're currently polling on a second German location for that trip to go with Frankfurt. I think Munich was out front last I looked. Hamburg running second, I think. Cologne third. That's roughly how I remember it. We'll close that poll today, folks, so that we can get on with trying to get into some proper diligence around that and try and get some decent value on ticket prices and stuff. So we'll switch that one off at 6 o'clock tonight in terms of a decision. And then we can start seeing how it all lines up. Quite excited about that. We had a really cracking trip to Dusseldorf last May as it goes, and there's just so many good things to see there. So I don't think Eddie will be joining me on that, not because he's poorly at the minute, but I don't think he's going to be able to get the time off work anyway, so that'll be just me. But yeah, I can't wait to ink the details in and communicate that to you all. So thank you to everybody that has actually voted. It helps a lot, because otherwise we'd be sitting there looking at the very charming options and spending a lot of time, when actually it's better to just say, look guys, what do you want to see? And then we'll see if we can bring it to you. Good morning, Bemused 55. Just spotted you. My chat just skipped there. It's a skippy chat, and I see somebody has been very kind, and oh my lord, here we go. Sarah Louise, I thought you were breakfasting. You've come back like a hurricane. Very kindly gifted 5 memberships to Plain Sailing Aviation. Mega support to the channel from a long-term friend of ours. Oh, big smiles at this end. I really am going to have to get to grips with, I've been tiffling previously with some behind the scenes type options as to what we might do with a small webcam and stuff. I'd be treating you to a big broad grin with that. Fireworks. Thank you so much, Sarah. Always makes the world go round, and particularly when you're a small channel, when you just don't have that kind of heft. Oh, and something else is happening here. Let's have a look. I'm getting some bleeping. Oh, excellent, John Mackenzie. So I've got some intel around Hong Kong. We'll have a look at that, because I would like to, during the life of the channel, do something really left to centre different. And I've not really decided in my head what left to centre different could be. There's so many good things to have a peek at, isn't there? Anyway, good morning, of course, as well to everybody that has just joined the channel since I opened. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation at Edinburgh. Hope you are keeping well. We do have a cracking morning or show in view, even though the action at the minute seems to be on its holidays, so I do apologise for that. But thank you for spending some time with us down at the airport. So who got those gifted memberships? Let's have a look. Oh, hang on a minute. In fact, let's do the gifted memberships. You see, I've got the attention span of a gnat. Right, in the glare. Radu Nutter, Steve Jenkins, Anja M. Bauer, and Helen Robinson. Welcome one and all to Plain Sailing Aviation. I don't know if you are watching the show at the minute or just been selected by YouTube's lucky dip, but thank you so much to Sarah Louise for gifting those memberships, and hopefully all the recipients will be able to say thanks at some point during the show. So Hammy was talking about the Norwegian that is in due later. That's the Max Manus livery. First thing I checked this morning, Freddie watch, so folks know I'm sort of fixated on getting a proper sighting of the Freddie Mercury tail fin. Saw it briefly at Amsterdam last week, or Eddie spotted it and I saw it for about, I don't know, 15 seconds or something, but I've still seen it. I'm claiming it. So yeah, Max Manus, he's a Norwegian resistance fighter, I understand, from World War II. Oh, and I've missed one of the gifted memberships, a friend of ours, Robert Smith. I know Robert, so I met him once at Leeds Bradford, and yeah, that's excellent. Keith Cornell, the Hamburg airports is interesting. So at the minute, I think that's running number 3 on the poll, and I've had my eyes opened by different supporters of ours. Mikey was one, and one of our moderators, Alexandra Wood, as well. So the Airbus factory, you can get tours there, because there's 2 airports, isn't there, of course, as you reference. And then there's the Miniature Wonderland one. I think we may do that as a separate jaunt. We might do that one outside of channel resources like we did with Madrid, Eddie and I, and perhaps do it in the summer, August or thereabouts, because I think that Hamburg might actually deserve more time as a standalone trip, actually, rather than a bolt-on. I'm not sure we do it enough justice if we just bolted it onto Frankfurt. So that's where Mark's head is at the minute. That's interesting, LW. You can't see the 7K emoji. If it's not there, I have no waking idea why it wouldn't. I did upload it, at least I think I did. Oh dear, that's a, you know, I can't say that word, can I? That's a blow. Sorry team, I don't think I've got a smart way of getting that up without disproportionate effort, because the laptop's packed away in a bag now. Oh, John Mackenzie, that's interesting, because Japan did catch my eye as that wild left to centre thing. Lots of paperwork. Nah, you've already put me off that one. And they don't take kindly to streamers turning up. And I'd be the kind of streamer they'd want to chuck in the back of a van to chat about it all down at the airport. Tell you what, I said I wouldn't see if I can get that 7K emoji up, but I may well change my plans a little bit with that one. So we've said good morning, I think, to David Stewart from South Orange County, California. it's definitely a wonderful day so far. Just about to get a bit of action on your screen, which is what it's all about really. We've got somebody on finals. I'm having one of those flight radar days again. I seem to get a lot of those at the moment where it is doing its own thing. So next arrival is from London Heathrow, an A320neo, having departed 52 minutes ago. That's the next plane we're going to have. I was kind of thinking we might get the Better World livery today. Not because I know, but just like once I realised United Airlines had got their Here California livery deployed today, I thought it might be one of those special livery shows. British Airways will pitch in with their Better World, and I don't know, the Iberia Express will be the one that's got the Cool Madrid sticker on it. Anyway, no worries on that score. Didn't play out that way. Somebody else just turning for finals, that's good to see. So Karen, welcome so much to the PSA Crew Lounge, new member for the channel, awesome support. And of course anybody else that is interested in that, just click on the $sign without obligation and it will explain what you need to know. $1.99 a month and what you get for your money. Anyway, no hard sell. Here we go for you, Karen. Great to have you with us. Good morning, Sylvia Barker. How are you? Keith Cornell asks about the Edelweiss. I don't think they have a early departure on a Sunday now as part of the summer season. I think they might be here late afternoon, early evening, but sadly they are not part of today's show. It's one of the reasons I tried to make sure I'm a bit earlier here, just in case. During the winter schedule they were going out at 7:30, so I always used to be early enough to be able to pre-record it, or if that was possible. So somebody else on finals. I'm going to rely on my beloved Nell to call it in the chat. Save me toggling the screen on that one. I'll stay with this taxiing British Airways arrival, the 320neo. Right, there we go. Time to toggle. looks like we've got Scotland's finest pushing back. So let's just put the camera on that, as that's in the foreground. Good morning, Rasta Rob. I've just spotted you in the show. Jamie 136, I don't know if this has been answered, but no, the runway and the hard stand isn't suitable, is my very strong understanding on that one. Rasta Rob, actually go back to the handbag conversation, that Minotaur Wonderland is a full day thing. Yeah, I think Eddie and I are going to do that outside of channel resources, but do something. Oh, 350 alerts. Cripes, they spun this one round quickly. There you go. That came in about 20 past 7. And I've just spotted Mike S had called that in the chat. Sorry, I've missed your prompt on that, Mike. It's an exciting passage of play. Norwegian inbound, so we'll stay with the 350 just a little bit longer because it just looks so majestic. Right, bearing in mind I'm on telescope number 9 for missed planes, so I don't want to push my luck. So this 737 is the one that has the Norwegian resistance legend from World War II, Max Manus, on the tail fin. Let's just pick up our inbound squeezy jet, and then we'll keep panning left and pick up that 350. So if you like your 350s, you're going to get to see one shortly. Nice and steady does it, nice and steady. Back to the A380 at Edinburgh conversation. So John Mackenzie, exactly that runway length, but I've got this idea in my head that they haven't got the width on the hard shoulders of the runway. Not sure this is categorized for that size of plane, and that's before you get into the airport infrastructure. So no, it doesn't seem likely. Plus the fact the airport operator are acutely aware that Glasgow can handle that kind of traffic. So you have to spend quite a lot of money for the privilege of competing with Glasgow. Giant Coin Stacks asks, was there talk about an RAF Falcon? Not a Falcon, an Envoy IV. I think I might have time just quickly to the little tri-jet. So that's what we are expecting in around 2:30. Not sure who's going to be on it. I think last time we saw it, it transpired later that it was Prince William. I distinctly remember watching it from the mound and somebody covering the portal when it passed us, so I'm not thinking it was some nondescript government official. You can hear the ATR outward there, courtesy of Loganair. Just got a bit of that. And here's our inbound Norwegian. Let's have a closer look at that tail fin. Sometimes they can look a bit washed out, but that looks pretty good to me. Whether that's a recent acquisition or not, I don't know. And I did say there was an ATR taxiing out. It'll be that one. So, look in the chat. Oh, Abby, I missed your comment about the BA arrival. Sat in the cockpit last year. Golf Tango Tango November uniform. Is that the one that I saw you board at Aberdeen, or was that a different flight? I won't remember the reg of that one. Some days I can barely remember what I had for breakfast. Cool though, very cool. Rab H is back with us, having showered, guessing you've breakfasted, or you might even be doing that now. I'm guessing Mark Sanderson is still enjoying his thick cut bacon. This one, this ATR 72-600 is off to Exeter. First ATR of the show. Here we go. I did wonder if this would go out short, to be honest. Still got up pretty smartly. Ryanair next out the door. Just starting to fill your screen now. So, good morning and a very warm welcome to anyone that's just joined us. I'm Mark, on air today, possibly as long as 2:30, maybe sooner, we're not sure. Got a nice arrival later in the show that is worth extending for, so in the shape of a Dassault Falcon. Good morning, Jeff Smith, I see you are in the chat. All ready to go. This Ryanair departure off to Brussels. Coming your way now. Bit of planes and trains action. I'm glad that held on for that. Claire, I've just spotted your exit. Thank you so much for watching the show. Been a pleasure to be in your company, but you definitely need some Zeds. Marianne over there in LA, I hope you are still with us. Good morning, John Atwell. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Thanks, Hammy. Good nudge on likes, 114 at the minute. It'd be nice to get to 150 in Northwards. Jonathan McD, hello, Jonathan McD. Right, Ash Watts is off in the Mini for a bit of posing. Safe journey in, my friend, and I hope that you have a cracking time. Hopefully the roads will give you a chance to enjoy a bit of motoring. So the plane you're looking at, off to Brussels. KLM have pushed back and turned for their Amsterdam departure, giving us a nice side profile there. Good morning, Nick Gray, our friend in Boston, Massachusetts. Nearly transposed that, Massachusetts, Boston. Hope all is good. Audrey's got a lovely day in Northumberland, not a cloud in the sky. Pretty much like that. Oh, actually it's changing a bit now, so a bit of cloud is shaping up over the other side of the airport, but it's still very much a very sunshiny spring day. I've actually deployed a couple of pocket warmers because earlier on it was a bit nippy. It's not toasty now, but it's all right. So it looks like the Lauda has pushed back and turned, thinking that's the Vienna flight, isn't it? You imagine it might be that. United are also transponding with a Her Art Here livery. Very cool. Oh, KLM are going short. Caught me out nearly. Outrageous. Here we go. Just got a bit of it. I was confident we'd get something. Those Embraers can certainly get off the deck with alacrity. Breeze is just picking up a little bit as well. Interesting. It is forecast to get windier, to be fair. Darren Hadley, our pleasure to do the stream. Sunday night in New Zealand. Hope you saw our celebration of your 3-month membership milestone, my friend. Did that a little bit earlier. So plenty of KLM emoji action. Sarah Louise, Nell W, Rab H, Nick Gray and Darren Hadley. Haven't got a louder emoji. Bit niche that one. Nick Gray's on 48% left. I'm guessing that's your, whatever device you're watching on. Or it could be something entirely different. Oh, battery left, 48%, yeah. I think at the minute, everything at this end seems to be charging up. Jeff enjoys the channel and the streams. Well, listen, we enjoy bringing it to you, Jeff. We really do. Still dry with Hammy. Yep, taking a bit of that. And Abby Garvey had some nice weather spotting at Aberdeen. We do need to lay a footprint for getting back to Aberdeen as well. Oops, plane's moved, caught me out. Yeah, we definitely are going to be back to Aberdeen. We'll just work that one out in connection with Glasgow planning and possibly an evening stream from Edinburgh. Some combination of that. Just need some total assurances that the weather's going to be nice and toasty in Aberdeen. Here we go. Right, the Vueling has pushed back for departure, return to Barcelona. I did pose the question earlier on in the show, and I'm sorry if I've missed folks' guesses on this. Perhaps there were no guesses, but the question put out there is, what do you reckon for a seat on this today then? Wheel on luggage only, nothing checked in the hold. And good morning to Falkirk's finest, Sir Les Donaldson. Hey doing, pal? So United transponding away. So the Her Art Here California special livery is going to be showing itself pretty soon, I think. I think United are, looks of it, let's have a look, I'm squinting a bit, they are pushing back. I can see a tail coming into view. So I can't think it will be too long before we see that. Peppy Pitty, hello to you, all the way out there in Innsbruck. Oh, planes and trains alert. There we go, planes and trains. Just looking at, I'm guessing that's United airfares, Nick Gray's comment. Wait until Monday, 2,000. Jesus Christ, it's even dearer than last time. I think we looked $947. Yeah, it's outside my budget, even if I would love to make the trip. That seems undoable. Anyway, this plane, £44 and something, 95p perhaps. I was quite struck by the value there. Not sure what the return ticket would cost. But yeah, 45 quid in plain terms, that just seems pretty cheap. So I looked that up just for a guess the fare thing, but it's only driving up here. I'm thinking, oh, do you know what? I wonder what the return trip would have been. If I could get back for 45 quid, you know, return trip to Barcelona, 90 quid or thereabouts, that's not too shabby. Now I've got to see if I can get... Nell W was saying, oh, good morning Sue Cruz, welcome to the show. See if I can get the emojis up with... I think Nell was saying that the special... Oh, geez, you're right. I knew you'd be right, Nell. I have a special 7K... special 7K emoji, and it was supposed to be uploaded last night, and I thought I'd done it, but clearly I've not. So thanks for putting my antennae up, Nell. Oh, talking of antennae, Scotland's finest are on the move. I can't see where this is going on my flight radar at all, so I'll rely on the chat to do the honours. If indeed anybody knows the answer to that question. Janine K, good morning to Janine K. So John McKenzie poses the question, guess how much he paid for a return flight from Hong Kong to Edinburgh this summer? I just don't think this is going to sound inexpensive. Return flight. I'm going to say £3,000 as a round ballpark figure, 1,500 each way. So I don't know if that's going to be anywhere near where it could be. Rab H, you spoke for me there, much more than I could afford. Although I am fascinated with pulling a stream in from Hong Kong. Clearly that'll be outside of channel funds if we do that, but I'm intrigued. Anyway, by the by, let's find out, and that's with BA. It does seem like Jojo, good morning Jojo. Is that a cargo 737, the white one? Definitely. We'll put the camera to the right, just there's a selection really of freighters there. The Loganair Embraer 145 still holding short, I see. John McKenzie, wow, £1,300 return. How does that work out then? If it's, well, I suppose it's supply and demand, but even that doesn't sound plausible when you think you're spending £2,000 odd one way to New York, Newark. That is incredible. Did you have to book that? Well, you're obviously a few months ahead of travel, so I guess there's a bit of a bonus on that side of things. Because these days in particular, there's no margin, is there, in waiting till the last minute with airline travel. Certainly that's been my experience when we've gone away to stream. The sooner you can commit, the sooner you get a reasonable price. Ian Doan, good morning to you, Ian, and Tellboy57. Thank you for confirming with that Loganair off to Bergen. That's really appreciated, Tellboy. Planecaster, hey, get my words out. How goes it, Danny? Right, well, I can't see Danny Planecaster for other reasons. I cannot see my own pole. It's kind of madness that I major in. And in the meantime, I was trying to get my 7K emoji up and discover my laptop, which I've not brought the charger with it for, as I just use it for emergency reboots and so forth. Has just gone flat on me. Fantastic. Oh well, team, the 7K special emoji is going to be like one of those stamps that never gets issued. Just taking a quick picture of that with the sunshine on its fuselage, and one more for luck. So you will have a momentary pause on your screen. Can't believe that. Usually it gives me about 40 minutes before it dies on me. Ian Doan has very kindly joined the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic to have you back with us, Ian Doan. I'm going to put the fireworks on now. Awesome support, buddy. Right, as much as I want to stay transfixed on this, we've got the Loganair departure to Bergen just lining up, so I suppose courtesy demands that we break our gaze for a minute. Away we go. It's like one of those high jumpers taking that little short run with a skip. I'm thinking this is going technical. I think they've been holding short all this time. Yeah, it looks like folks ain't going to Bergen anytime soon. Well, I'll be darned. Yeah, vacating nice and early. Clear the track for the big 757, which is where we're going to go because we can't discern much with that Loganair, can we? Sunglasses wrap around. Here we go. Trim on the rudder there. by. EasyJet is going to be our next departure. Plenty of 757 action there. Now RAB H, Les Donaldson, Planecaster. Danny Planecaster has very kindly gifted us a membership, and I would say not because Danny's gifted us, I should have said it on Friday. Check out his streams, drop him a sub. Small channel like us, and doing something different at that as well, you see. Mainly covering Bristol, but I think due to go Stansted soon if I remember correctly. Anyway, fireworks for Danny. Me struggling to multitask swiftly enough. And that went to Tellboy 57, who I know is in the chat today, so that's a nice circle of life thing. So we'll ride out with this EasyJet. And with Ubimuse 55, those RB211s, just divine sound. We probably should, it's something I'll have to have a chat with Eddie about, because it is beyond my technical ability to do this, but perhaps do something with some stripping out of sounds. And ooh, looks like that. Is that the same ERJ145? They've just gone and had a drive round to see if they can shape the electronics into place. It is, isn't it? I thought it was going all the way back to the pits. 20 more subs for 7k, says Nick Gray. So if you've yet to hit the subs, if you're not yet subscribed to us and you're in the show, help us to that major milestone, be part of it. And of course, dropping us a like is a massive thing as well. So we're 14 short of 150. Be nice to get that one up. So Hammy's withholding plane of the day from that 757 departure. Got to be honest with you, so am I. I think I've kind of declared my hand earlier in the show where my heart is, with that Dassault Falcon, or Envoy IV if you want to give it its military designation. Squeezy Jets back to London Gatwick. We saw that arrive earlier in the show, and now we're waving it off. Somebody's on finals. Let's just see if I get that from the chat rather than... Oh, laces are undone as well. That would have made a strange thing, wouldn't it? That, tripping over your own laces. Not for the first time, it has to be said. So next plane in is an Iberia A320, Iberia Express. That is going to be your next arrival action. In fact, let's get you on it now. I think it's just snuck in a bit on me. Nice to see Iberia. I know they've resumed last week or thereabouts, but it's the first time we've caught Iberia at Edinburgh in 2024. Obviously we saw a mountain of Iberias when we covered Madrid the other week. If you didn't catch the stream live, that's going to be an interesting one for aviation enthusiasts to check out. Fantastic action there. Right, so it's bleeping in my ears, so I think I'm just going to have a training day, aren't I, where I have to recognise what the different blinking bleeps mean. Blinking bleeps. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Well, I see a firework moment. I see a firework moment. Nell W, fantastic moderator and long-term friend of the channel, has very kindly just donated to us £5, and I think there might be a message with it. It comes in bits and bobs this at this end. Congratulations on almost 7,000 subscribers. We'll get there. Thank you so much, Nell. It's really appreciated by Eddie and I. Here's your fireworks. I'm going to guess that Iberia Express is just a lower cost variation of Iberia. I think like British Airways, don't they have different fleets, if you will? Aren't the people based at Gatwick paid less than the people based at Heathrow or something like some variation on that? Anyway, a welcome return to Edinburgh Airport. Well, that's handy, it's turning off here. I did wonder whether it would pass us and then go around the back of the terminal. Kind of hoping it parks up, being a One World aircraft, to the left of the BAs that are at stand, which you are going to see in a minute. First one's about to come on the left of your screen now. There, and then another one. Not quite, but next but one. The look of it. Yes, Nell W, Iberia, where have we seen that before? Clouding over with Les Donaldson, clouding over here, definitely here. I think we've had the best use of the sunshine. But let's just see. Kelly Kerwin says the sun is coming out on the south coast. As long as it's turning up somewhere. Keith Cornell heard me say me and Mrs. PSA have gone walking around Northumberland. That's where your chipmunk WB569R is now based. Oh, right. It was at Turweston. Don't know that. Don't know. That did make me jump. Not sure if I know where that is, Keith, if I'm honest. I keep thinking of Eshet Airfield in my head, but that's... Nick Gray says, rain entering Western Scotland, might pass north of Orsia. I hope so. I'm kind of anticipating it might rain. Well, I may as well pack this laptop away because it's dead as a proverbial dodo. Bemuse55 says Edinburgh's had a lot of rain recently. I think kind of intuited that might be the case. If I just get the camera onto the River Almond, if I've got enough slack on the cable. So this is where I'm told the otters sometimes swim, but it's not in flood or nothing, but it's in very strong flow. So I kind of concluded, I've just realised that Loganair, the Bergen departure, still seems to be, well, I don't know, perhaps they've just had to file a new flight plan and having to sit there in penance until it's due. Otherwise you'd have thought that'd have gone back to the terminal. Oh, and it's good as well to see the Kofi bot is back on duty again. I think it went on strike in Madrid or Newcastle, or both. I don't think it travels well. I think you have to reinstate it. Anyway, well done Kofi bot for also making sure that I'd picked up on Nell's kind donation to the channel. And of course Kofi does have that advantage of YouTube not taking 30% out of it, although obviously it suits some people better than others. Martin Lindley, good morning to you, Martin. Hope all is good. So Nell alerts us we've got BA 4 minutes out, Ryanair behind that a further 4 minutes. So in fact Norwegian are pushing back, that's where we're going to be. Birds were tweeting that to me. Get the camera over there. Jeff Smith, just seen your exit message, catch you later. Abby Garvey has garnered a bit of sunshine in Aberdeen. Let's have a look over the river. Well, it's kind of moving obviously west to east, or southwest to east. I don't know. I'm not sure if you're going to be lucky enough to hold it for the day, but Jeff asks when the next stream is. Friday from Newcastle. That will be a back to its usual Friday morning till lunchtime window. I'll put the thumbnail out for that probably tomorrow. I think by the time I'm back from here, if we do end up running till 2:30, by the time I've had some Sunday dinner and stuff, I'll probably end up falling asleep on the settee. Oh, Nell's picked up on an interesting bizjet livery pinging. I better watch that far horizon. A Unicair Learjet 35A. Now, I might not have seen that exact plane, but I think I have seen one of their planes, so I think you are right. The Loganair is clearly not in a rush anywhere. Well, I won't put the camera on that yet. Ah, right, Keith Cornell. To a western part. Oh, right. Right, got you. Sorry, I thought when I looked down you said Northumberland. I'm guessing you're saying Nottingham, Northamptonshire, are you? Or am I complete bafflement? So, plane you're looking at returning to Oslo. British Airways, small minutes out, twinkling away. Ryanair now starting to twinkle through the clouds too. No, Audrey, the social's been rearranged. There was a members post went out yesterday. Eddie's come back from a short break with family. That Loganair's given up the ghost, folks. Giving it up. Returning to the terminal. So I can see another set of lights as well. So I think there's 3 planes on various stages of finals. So no, Eddie has been pretty much, he went away with his family and spent the entire break pretty much in bed. And has come back in pretty poor order. And we kind of made the call yesterday. We'd still got some format type stuff to do, and he wasn't in any position to participate in that. And it didn't even look like a possibility that he'd be in any useful order for today. And I can't do the social stream on my own because of the interactive content. You can't spin all of the plates all of the time, so we've just moved it a full week, Audrey. So if you look on the YouTube members posts, you'll see the details on there. So sorry about that. I mean, you can deduce, I mean, Eddie's not even popped into the show or anything. He has been really poorly. I didn't even know he was poorly till he come back, so to speak. He'd been totally incommunicado. But he's had a shocking time. There's so much of this sort of stuff about at the minute. I know we've got friends in the show who've had some pretty nasty ailments recently. And actually a shout out for our friend Alibi 58, who has been one of those affected. Let's just go back to the Norwegian. It is in gunslinger pose at the minute while we await the Ryanair arrival. So next plane in is going to be from Ryanair 737 from Dublin, a MAX 8. Thanks, Sarah Louise. I mean, it is what it is, but we've been looking forward to this. It's been postponed already. Eddie and I did joke before we went to Madrid that it'd be a miracle if one of us didn't pick up something on that trip, travelling 4 aircraft across the 2 legs of the journey, and of course being somewhere different, lots of new germs to acquire. And then Eddie was back in Spain a few days later and did get ill. Hitch a ride back with the baby bus. Four more likes for 150. So if you're in the show, yet to exercise your like mandate, please give us that vote. Let's get north of 150. Start the march towards 200. So I can see quite a few BA tail fins now. That's the 4th BA tail fin I can see in the front side of the terminal. That will probably explain why the Iberia 320 didn't tuck in next to its sister BA aircraft. Blimey, RAB H, that's awful. I mean, COVID, you know, it's touched all corners of society, hasn't it, really? But you don't go away on your holidays expecting not to come back from your holidays, do you? Just looking at the flight price chit chats. Nick Gray's found $1,000 or just over $1,000 Delta flight, Boston to EDI. If you ever come Edinburgh, Nick, you've got to let us know, man. I'm still looking for, I think, oh, perhaps that bizjet's moving. That'd be the Unicair one, won't it? Oh, it's like little pods on the wings, bazookas. Rockets. I'm assuming they're cameras in those pods. Don't know if anybody knows. Assuming doesn't really cut it, does it? I think Unicair have the operator have quite an interesting website, if it's the one I think of. I didn't realise they were listed for today. It's getting dark here, team. I think no, I can't have a telescope for that, Nell. It didn't get wheels up. Wheels up or wheels down. Oh, no, Les Donaldson. No, and definitely not. It had to be off the ground and it was still rolling. I'm not selling out that cheaply for number 10. I've got an indignity coming my way. Carl Scheel, I'm guessing, is off to something else, if that's the Carl that's just been given a wave. Gartley, good morning all. Good morning to you. I mean, it's definitely not 10. It is not 10. Even AI couldn't create 10 out of that. Oh dear. It was moving, but moving doesn't make it. It has to be off the ground or on the ground. Next you'll be counting them for appearing on the screen. Oh dear. You're a tough bunch of judges, you really are. Stick around, you'll soon get number 10. It's gone a lot colder. A lot colder. I think the sun is done. I think that much we can probably say with certainty. RAB H, yes, I think I will take the sage decision of Alibi 58. You won't get carried away with the hullabaloo over my potential lapse. You are rough with me. Good morning, Foxy B. Hope all is good in Swaledale. Hoping you've got some decent weather. Nope, EasyJet moving. Let's get that one acquired. You just missed my entry into telescope controversy. I'm definitely going for the referral. A bit like in the cricket, you know, when they sort of do the T symbol for the third umpire. Definitely that. I think what we'll do, because Alibi's under the weather at the minute, I'll get Eddie to clip it and we'll put it into the members social, and we'll deal with it live. I like that. I like the idea of doing that. Might not like the outcome, but there you go. It would redefine what constitutes a telescope. That is my defence. Thank you, Nell. That Pilatus has snuck out. I don't know what I'd do without you. I'd have been telescoped. You see, Les would be saying, that's a telescope. I know you wouldn't really, Les, but it's a tough old gig, this. Telescope happy hour indeed. These do snick around. I think this is the Golf Oscar Foxtrot Alpha Gopher. I think it might be off to, I'm going to say Inverness. There's another one in my head that, not of this type, but I love the wing lights on these. That muzzle flash is plenty of rudder there. Must be feeling a bit of wind. And up he goes. Wahee! Yep, Inverness, you definitely need to turn right. I wasn't expecting to see a turn that sharp. I'll have to let it go because the HDMI cable is going to extract itself. That's not a look that I want to entertain. British Airways on the pushback. So that is a 320 Neo, the one that Abby Garvey once sat in the cockpit of. Next lineup is EasyJet to Grenoble, a 320-200, which will be rolling momentarily. There we go. And as advertised, we're rolling. I reckon there was some spare seats on that one. Most definitely. I think it's showering over the Pentland Hills. Let me just zoom on the tower. It's got that look, hasn't it? I'll keep a watch on prevailing conditions at this end. So we're north of 150 likes, so thanks team, that is awesome stuff. I'm just catching back on the chat. Les Donaldson, you've hacked VAR, I reckon. Back to the question of telescopes. Oh dear. Big smile at this end. Oh dear, it's definitely raining over the far side. So Keith Cornell, I got your photo. Hang on team, I'm going to have to break off momentarily. It is raining. Oh sugar. So sorry, the camera's going to have to stay where it is. It's suddenly coming fast, big fat splots. Let's take that out of there. I've got leads everywhere. More leads than Leeds United. For God's sake, Mark, tidy your cables up. Right, that's the broadcast box protected. Foxy B's got the sunshine out. Well, I am pleased for you, definitely pleased for you. I'm wondering where mine's gone. Genuinely am. EasyJet you are looking at off to Copenhagen, an A320-200. So I think we're reasonably weather compliant. If I need to put the bag on the camera, I will, but the sun has just come out. It's crackers. Proper crackers. Christmas crackers. All covered up, Foxy B. Well, more or less. I got a number of leads that I hadn't, well, they're not weather compliant, shall we say. I've pulled them away, got enough juice for the here and now. While we were looking at that, British Airways have got a wriggle on. Taking that Neo back to London Heathrow. So last departure, got a bit of tail fin action from LW, RAF H and Hammy. We really do need a British Airways tail fin. I think Eddie was looking at this and I think we got to version 3 or something and we just wasn't quite where we wanted it. But I think we need to revisit that and get version 4 on the board. Once Eddie's up and about, I think at the minute it'll be a miracle if he's at work on Monday. Right, I don't think this is going to loiter. sure sign that plane isn't carrying a lot. Might be a good moment to get a chug of water. Hi Mark Sanderson, how was that breakfast? Any spots around the eastern Mediterranean are being treated to an incredible amount of high level of action, I'll bet. Having caught some of the overnight news about developments in the region. So we have, on final approach, our next plane. Which looks to be an EasyJet, in which case it's the 320 Neo inbound from Bristol. So, Planecaster, if you are still in the show, one of yours. See somebody else is just about to cross the coast. That's somebody else being a Ryanair from Copenhagen. So we'll do that next. And we have just seen an incredibly kind bit of news. Excuse me. We have just been gifted via PayPal. Hammy Inc. Hammy, thank you so much, has gifted us £10. That is really appreciated, my friend. In fact, it's a Kofi. So let me just view details. It's weird how this works. Yep, Kofi. Hammy, thanks mate. Oops, crikey, the plane's gone. So we'll go to the inbound plane in a minute. We're going to put the fireworks on after that. I've just realised to put the lid on the box because of the rain. Well, they're a bit like cricket when you put the covers out. It's a sure thing that the rain will clear off. Disproportionate effort and all that. But yeah, thanks so much, Hammy. That is really, really appreciated. I'm taking it you haven't got the rain yet with you. Ooh, plenty of rubber there. Right, Hammy's fireworks. As soon as I can get the lid off the box. Job done. Thanks, mate. We better go to the arriving aircraft. So we've got a 757. Inbound from Washington. No, Air France. Recognition. That's an Embraer 190. I just clicked on the flight radar and picked the wrong plane up, which tells me the next plane is the 757. So Air France, through the winter season, very much running the Airbus A220. Summer season looks like we're getting to enjoy the Embraer 190. Right, that is definitely the 75 next in. I'm going to rest the camera somewhere momentarily. So what we got, 757 next in, having been in the air for 6 hours 13 minutes or thereabouts. Phew.
Hey Mark.
How you doing?
Phil, SEO.
Oh, hey Phil.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
Phil at SCO is here. Oh, thank you so much.
For your wee trip home.
Hey, do you know what? I'm absolutely touched. Phil at SCO, as I call him, has just given me a bottle of Vine Brew and a Whisper. Yeah. And what's your lad's name?
Cooper. This is the one
Cooper.
you shouted out, you and Eddie shouted out.
Ah!
Little Cooper.
Hi, Cooper.
Nice to meet you, buddy.
Thank you both. That is really kind. In fact, I'm really touched. I think last time we were here, Phil was on the far side as well. Let's get this flying pencil into shot. Still a fair way out. Well, I'm all touched. I think that's exactly the kind of refreshment I'll need for the journey home. Thing of beauty, know this? pick that one up in a minute. We'll just join Air France on the last part of its journey. That's 75, Bemuse 55, Majestic Eagle. There is something bird of prey like, isn't there, about the 75, just the way the undercarriage sits out from the wings. Plane of the day, says Mark Sanderson. Gorgeous. Yeah, that's definitely the real 757. Thanks, Amy. Shocking. Gary Fleming, good morning, Gary Fleming. Just working my way back up the chart. I've just been kicked out again. Kicked out, kicked in. Yeah, the Kofi was definitely hammy. I'm not sure what I missed around that one. Cripes, I can't get all the way back in the chat. Ian Doan, I've just seen your farewell message, mate. Sorry I missed that. I'm quite a few minutes behind. It's kind of weird when you get a Kofi. Sometimes I get the Kofi notification first with the message, and sometimes I get the PayPal notification first saying you've been gifted, because it runs from Kofi to PayPal anyway. Right, next plane in should be our 767. Let's see if we're right on that. Yes, we are. Inbound from New York JFK. Delta Airlines. Of course, we get to see this plane go out later in the show as well, so it's always nice. Hear the sounds of a 767 on takeoff. I find myself wondering aloud what Delta will replace the 76 on this route with. What do you reckon, folks? Dreamliners? And as we just watch one transatlantic arrival, here's the other one that we saw a few minutes before. Might as well hitch a ride with this beautiful thing. So this one goes out, if I remember correctly, somewhere around 12:30. Oh, I got the faintest sniff of aviation fuel there. Wind direction isn't quite that. But anyway, next arrival is going to be a Ryanair Max 8 from Paris Beauvais. Beauvais. Dopey Gorp. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. In fact, why were you in the front of my head, Dopey Gorp? I know why. There is a bizjet arrival due in around 11 o'clock, which I imagine was your personal plane. Possibly were you on. I think its reg was D Corp, Delta Charlie Alpha Whiskey Papa. I'll get onto my notes in a minute, but I thought, yeah, swap the C for a G. It's Dopey Corp's plane. I think it might be a Cessna Citation 560 XL off the top of my head. I'll check the notes out. Either which way. Manchester as well. I thought Dopey's going to come in and turn up on the stream. Oh, Delta scooting by now. So one iconic plane to another. 75, now the 76. And of course you'll see both of those planes depart during the run time of the show, which is going to be a pleasure. Be a cold day in hell when I don't enjoy the sight of a 7.6 or even a 757. Back to the chocolate. Mark Sanderson asks, is it a Whisper Gold? No, it's a regular Whisper. It's making overtures to me already in terms of eat me now. And I've got a shocking record of putting off that kind of thing. Somebody's on finals at the minute. We'll have a look in a minute. So I think Les has had to scoot, so I'm going to say, yep, catch you later. Take care, Les. Sorry team, I've got a little bit behind on the chat, but I will pull it in. Dopey Corp sold the plane, trademarked. So Dopey Corp is the look-alike one, the Audi, nearly the same but not quite the same option. They both sound pretty expensive. So Ryanair next in fact, let's get on that. I think it's acquirable. Chasing too hot. Ooh, a bit of sunshine there. Not going to last, is it? Or is it? Right, quick jump back into the chat. Foxy B, I've just seen your 11-month milestone celebration message. Wow, 11 months with the best crew. Well, you guys and girls make it the best crew. Let's get the fireworks on now. To be honest, I have no waking clue where 11 months goes. I really don't. I can't believe I went to the trouble of putting sun cream on. Rather seems a pointless effort, really. So, We've just celebrated Foxy B's 11 months with the channel. I think we're getting closer to the 7k subs moment, so anyone watching the show that's not yet subscribed to the channel, be part of that 7k moment. And of course, dropping us a like's not a bad thing either. 31 short of 200. And exactly as Nell calls it, 6.99 subscribers. It's that moment on the rim of a cup. Keith Cornell's message, a video on YouTube about someone who'd gone to East Fortune and you saw the Concorde. Can't wait for mine. Yeah, you will get to see it. I think our big problem has been more of a bandwidth issue and ambition for the content we've got. I've got big ambition for the content we've got because I've got a particular idea how to do it, and Eddie's the one with the greater degree of technical competence to actually do it. And his time is much harder to grab hold of than mine, still being very much in the workplace. Right, Abby's off for her riding lesson. Have a cracking time, Abby. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. So we'll just stay with this Ryanair that's pushing back and turning at the minute for tidiness. Now confirming this Max 8 is off to Dublin. So we'll loiter and wait on that. Rab's got the sun out. I can see a bit more blue sky, team. Lots of cloud, most of it cotton wool to be fair. But I think all things are probably possible. I'm sure it's showering over on the Pentland Hills. It's got that kind of light to it. So what's this? A Krycat 13 Dreamweaver. Hey Dreamweaver. I'm going to go with the pronunciation I'm cleanest with. What is a bacon butty? Bacon sandwich. Butty being very much a UK term. How is the poll doing on that? Because I can't see my own poll. Oh dear. But yes, that's a bacon sandwich. So it's one of those points of division really. Some people don't like sauce or ketchup on it, as depending on which you like to call it. Others, like me, prefer tomato, and others prefer the brown alternative, which I guess HP is the one that I'm always thinking of. I think that's the king of brown sauces. Hammy's flagged up. We've got a centerline Embraer Legacy 500 pinging. Roger that, Hammy. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to rotate the camera and see what that gives us over in the bizjet Emporium. Ooh, that's a nifty tail fin, isn't it? So it's going to be a bit hazy at that distance. And you're right, LW, and some people don't like bacon as well, which, you know, there's all kind of combinations. I suppose I could have put that one on as a vote choice, couldn't I? You know. I think because we'd had quite a good chat about that one a couple of weeks ago, different views and all the rest of it, this seemed a fun thing to just see if we could actually quantify people's passion for bacon butties. Brown sauce for our friend Dreamweaver. Brown sauce is winning, you choose the other. Yeah, tomato is the way to go. Definitely the way to go. Oops, that sounds like I'm biased. Oh, I am. So we'll just lodge with the Dublin flight. Ground source for Foxy B. See, it's a sausage thing. On my way to Cumbria, we stopped off at a small town called Kirkby Stephen, for those in the UK that know it. There's a cracking little cafe, the Mulberry Tree. I had an absolutely superb sausage sandwich there, just to prepare me for the walking ahead. That was Wednesday last week. Beautiful. The Muse 55 is on my page. Tomato is the way. It's the only way. And good morning to Scottish content creators. Thank you for joining the stream. Hope you're keeping well. And Dopey Gorp is in for that meld of red and brown sauces, which I think we touched on that, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago. It was interesting. I've not actually had the opportunity to conduct any research on that. I certainly wasn't risking my sausage sandwich on Wednesday with any kind of experimentation. These days I have to pay a lot more attention to what I eat, so when I'm getting anything on my sort of treat list, I can't be experimenting. It's got to be superb. HP sauces, Gary Fleming, definitely. Paul Barnes, how are those ribs doing, mate? And mayonnaise with bacon is your second choice. I think that's why I put other, because I seem to remember in the chat a couple of weeks before, it might have been Audrey or Nell or both talking about mayo with bacon. Somebody definitely did. So I kind of figured that I'll give other the space to for that to sit in. To be honest, bacon's quite nice with a sliced fresh tomato as well, I've discovered, but it doesn't quite compete with tomato ketchup. John Mackenzie, no sauce at all. None of this red brown blasphemy. Oh dear. I'm telling you, I mean, don't get me wrong. If the bacon's nice, the bacon does the talking, doesn't it? But it's all about enhancement. Scottish content creators have just bought an e-bike, trying to do their bit for the environment. We've got a few e-bike enthusiasts in the show. Funny actually, I was discussing e-bikes with Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation when we were walking in Cumbria. We were talking about, at the minute we've just got a couple of very inexpensive Halfords, penny farthings almost, in terms of couldn't get much more basic. But we were talking about obviously the benefits of actually having a bit of onboard power and what that can do for you. So I think that might be something we look at in the next 12 months. So pen you're looking at, off to Dublin. Good morning, Andrew, NUFC. You must be buzzing, mate, I'm guessing, after yesterday. Buzzing. Don't know if Terry the artist is still in the show. His Spurs didn't do quite so well, obviously, yesterday. Personally, I'm still grieving over Leicester City's non-show at Plymouth on Friday night. Too painful to countenance. Taking off to the west this morning, Scottish content creator. So runway 24 in operation. Planes coming in over the coast, Firth of Forth, and taking off towards Livingston. The wind, last I checked, southwesterly. We're not expecting a wind change during the show either, so for the duration, this is the direction of travel. Right, it should be a turn and burn, I'm thinking. Scotland's finest are on the move as well. Whether that's showing on flight radar, that's up for grabs, but what is incontrovertible is they are taxiing out to go somewhere. Good morning, Paul Usher. Loves a bacon balm. Right, we'll soon see where that one's going.
See you later on, Mark. Take care.
See you, Phil. See you, Cooper. Oh, and thanks for my Iron Brew and Whisper. Cheers, buddy. It's given me something to look forward to at the back end of the stream. Assuming I last that long. So next inbound is an EasyJet from London Luton, a 319 baby bus. The Loganair that you are looking at, I do not know where it's going. And that Embraer Legacy 500 that Hammy flagged up a short while ago is due out to Bristol shortly. But no, I've got no clue if this is the Bergen plane having another go or an entirely different route. I suppose the smart money will be to have a quick look on the departures board, wouldn't it? So good morning and welcome, of course, to anyone that has just joined the stream here at Edinburgh. I think this is that delayed Bergen flight. They've obviously replaced whatever bulb or whatever needed sorting on the pilot's panel. Don't think there's anything else due out. With Loganair at this point of the show. Well, Loganair definitely seem to be taking a step forward, but before we go to them, let's go to this centerline Embraer Legacy 500. A bit hazy there, but just give you a quick sighter off to Bristol. Very snazzy. Just looking into the chat. Dishant Lalwani, hello and welcome to the show. I'm Mark. Thanks for joining us here at Edinburgh. Just seeing we're 17 likes shy of the double 100, so gentle prompt on likes, folks. And I don't think we've hit 7k subs yet, which pleasure deferred and all that. Right, I'm sure this is the Bergen flight, so. Focus went on that. So there's the Embraer 500. Somebody else hot into finals, which we'll pick up momentarily. Smiley Dolphin alerts, KLM inbound from Amsterdam. Cripes, that inbound EasyJet is squirting along. No dawdling on the baby bus. Right, let's get back to our Legacy 500. Just waiting for the track to clear. Quite a few planes appear to be transponding on the deck. No, that's just the way things are condensed on my screen. Iberia shortly to depart for Madrid, pushing back. We'll get onto that one in a second. Right, so I've just seen that push back, yet to turn. I suppose I can plug some of these power supplies back in now the sun has come out. Well, welcome back, Michelle Johnson. Hoping that you got some quality Z's. I had the weirdest experience this morning. I got the alarm set for 3:30, but I woke up at 2:45 having dreamt I'd overlaid. Of course, you know what it's like. You never get back to sleep once you've done that. No W. Oh, as if. It's weird though, I do find myself dreaming about planes sometimes. But it's usually the kind of dream where you've got to the airport and you've unpacked everything and you realise you've not got your camera or something. Yeah, don't worry, Rab H. That was an early start, but I reckon by the time I've got home, had my dinner, I'll probably be asleep on the settee. Certainly our next show on Friday will be at a more sedate proposition. That'll be Newcastle, so not so far to travel. 10 to 9 I think will be the start on that. Ryanair pushing back in the background. You'll see that in a minute as this Iberia cuts across. Just pull it out, there you go. So I think that's your next two departures in the same shot. LW gets out there milking sheep at 5 AM in the summer. What kind of time do you get up for that, Nell? Best part of the day though, you know, assuming you don't need the sleep. Just started to spit with rain. Blow me. You can probably tell the wind's picking up a little bit as well, which is forecast to do, to be fair. I think gusts are supposed to potentially get up to 30 mile an hour or something like that by lunchtime. I won't say lunchtime, 12, 1 o'clock. I don't think they're the kind of wind strengths that are going to create a particularly extravagant issue for the pilots, but you never know. They always seem to deal with the southwesterlies pretty well. So action is going to be in the shape of two departures. This Iberia Express, followed out by Ryanair. It's off to Nantes in France. My notebook has blown off the table, so that's a good sign that the wind is picking up.
Where's the Iberia going to?
Madrid.
Thanks.
almost certainly going home to some serious sunshine. Here we go. So, JebK J21 just spotted your name pop up in the chat. Good morning to you. So, when Noah wakes up at 4:45, asleep at 10 p.m. Yeah, I think that's the feature, isn't it, with being an early riser. I'm a world-class early riser. These days I am pretty much done by 9 o'clock, if I'm going to be honest. It's 7:37 off to Nantes. So it's got markedly cooler, and not in the kind of the Fonz kind of cool. Those of you remember Happy Days, it's definitely turned down. So, back in the chat, Nell W's put me onto the Cessna Citation 560XL. Oh, 560XL Citation XLS. There's a lot of letters and numbers there. 2 minutes out. I can't see it. That feels like a telescope hazard waiting to happen, because these come out of nowhere. DB Bassman, a Widow E90, E190 at 400, heading my way. Too much cloud cover, I think. Two cripes. Where have I gone? Oh, there's the plane. Pay attention, Mark. Don't think I'm going to see much of these little dapples of blue. Actually, there's a bit of blue directly over me. Everywhere else I'm looking, I just see lots of cotton wool, like a bold patch. Jojo, good morning, Jojo. And do I do Glasgow Airport? Yes, we went 3 times last year at different points. We had planned to have done at least, well, not at least a show. I think March was originally when I had it penciled in. We're just waiting for the summer timetable to fatten up, and then we'll look to bundle it up with some other action from Scottish airports, be that an evening stream from Edinburgh or Aberdeen. We'll work it out. It's just about getting enough concentration of action. Obviously the 380 makes a compelling case for itself. 9 more likes for 200. Get in there. Out when we're rolling. Planes and trains. think you're right, Scottish content creators. The weather is a proper mixed bag. I wouldn't want to hang my hat on guessing what's going to happen in any direction. A quick look around the sky, it's got everything. The bit of blue that was immediately above me, and various shades of clouds everywhere else. Every so often it spots with a bit of rain, but yeah, no complaints. And good morning to Paul Turk. Hello to you, Paul. Now W says the Air France Embraer on its pushback, not to be confused by yours truly with United Airlines 757s. And Paul Barnes has hit a membership milestone. And do you know what? I remember Paul joining as if it were yesterday. And it's not yesterday, it's 5 months ago. So message is glad to be a member of the aviation, of this aviation family. We are so glad that you are part of it, Paul. We really are. Fireworks for you. I think our bizjet's hoving into view now. So let's do the fireworks. Right, better get my act together, because this thing is going to come in faster than I think it is. And I'm on telescope 9, although there seems to be a debate about that. It could be telescope 10, I don't know. We'll settle that in a bit. There's not much target to get hold of here, is there? So this is that citation XLS, XL 560 XL, XLS plus or something. Is this Dopey's plane? D Corp? Or have I confused myself? Pretty stylish. It is, isn't it? That'll be inbound from Manchester. D Corp. So if Dopey Corp, blimey, where's this wind come from? Emerges. Well, no, he's been living the life of a secret millionaire. Oops. So what, the wind is starting to create some buffeting now. It'll be interesting. Yep, so we've checked out Dopey Corp's arrival from Manchester. British Airways have snuck out during the excitement, slightly ahead of this Air France Embraer 190 in life's queue. Although I think that is actually the first departure. Looks like that might be an Embraer. If so, that'll be London City. Let's just get my flight radar up. So yeah, first departure of the day to London City. And that is, so this is the Embraer phase of the show. A 190 standard range. Next arrival, Scandinavian Airlines. The SAS are in the house, inbound from Stockholm, having departed around 2 hours ago. This plane's going to hold short for that. Mark's laces have come undone for the 33rd time today. Eee. That citation is just passing me. You can probably hear it, but I'll stay with this arrival naturally. Pesky rain has come back as well. I think we're just going to catch the back of D Corp, aren't we now? British Airways just approaching the departure zone. As soon as the track clears, they'll be on their way to London City. You were right, Rab, about the wind. I've underestimated the weather a little bit today, to be honest. I'll put my hand up to that one. Up nice and smart. Air France just lining up, so we'll just have a quick cursory inspection of the inbound Scandinavian Airlines aircraft. Salut Air France indeed, Sarah Louise. I did mean to check out for curiosity the ticket price on this today, but moment eluded me. Anyway, that's your next departure, off to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Canal Kurdistan, hello, scenic Edinburgh, and indeed Scotland. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Adrian, all for peace. Hello, Adrian. Hope you're keeping well, pal. Keith Cornell's back in the house. Chigwell's finest, so that's all good. And a big welcome to anyone that's just joined the show. I see we have just crested 200 likes, so thank you everybody that has made that possible. See if we can get anywhere near 250 or beyond by the time we close. One thing at a time though. And if you're not yet subscribed, we definitely love to have you with us as a subscriber. Just about got enough of that before the trees got in the way. Right, what's happening next? Jet 2, award-winning airline and all that, are taking some people somewhere. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Give me a chance to get back in the chat. Foxy B is back in the house as well. Keep yourself provisioned, team, definitely. Make sure you've got snacks of choice, beverage of choice, I think I'll finish this water off and then I'm going to make a start on the iron brew, I think. I think I'll need the sugar. So what's occurring? Well, I'll tell you what's occurring. We've got somebody else on finals, so although I can't see anything on flight radar, so I'll rely on the chat to call this one. Looks like an easy jet. Inbound from Amsterdam, unless I'm much mistaken. Jet 2 lining up and won't be dallying, I think, as soon as the track breaks clear. Lining up to where, I hear you ask? Birmingham. Not Birmingham, is it New Hampshire, Birmingham? I'm thinking Birmingham, Warwickshire, kind of Birmingham. Not that there's anything wrong with Birmingham. I see Jet 2 and I think of Mediterranean waters or ski slopes or something. Such is the power of brand advertising. Looking at the point of rotation there, that's got to be a positioning flight. I can't believe that has got anybody on it. Well, apart from the crew, obviously. Super early. Oh, and we've hit 7k up. I see. Sorry, I was thrown out the chat, so just seen Rab's message, and I don't doubt there will be other ones. I'm just going to put, oops, telescope alert. Never mind for. Thank you, everybody. And if you were the person that tipped up 7,000 for us, if you are the 7,000th subscriber, don't be shy. Just say hi in the chat. It's made us very happy. I mean, it's not all about the. It's not all about the milestones, but they do add to the fun of the journey. I mean, a lot of the bigger channels probably pass 1,000k in a week, but you know, for us, it's cake with a candle territory. As we welcome in this EasyJet. In fact, everywhere I'm looking there's an EasyJet. Got another one lining up, another one taxiing off, the recent arrival we saw. That'd be that one. And I think next to go is a 320neo off to Edinburgh, lined up and ready. So let's task the camera. 7,000 subscribers. Yee by gum. It's a nice moment, and I'm glad I'm here sharing it with you all. You're just fantastic. I tell you what, I'm behind, so I apologise for how far behind I've suddenly got. I've seen a couple of big green blobs on the screen, the nice happy ones. John Mackenzie has very kindly and very generously gifted us 20 plain sailing aviation memberships, and Michelle Johnson, another long-term friend of the channel, has gifted very generously 5 memberships. Awesome stuff, folks. I'll just get this plane in the air and I'll get myself together. John, Michelle, love you both to bits, thank you. And I know if Eddie was here, he'd be saying the same. I just can't wait to check it all out. Tell you what, let's put the camera somewhere steady. There you go. Fireworks first. I'm all excited. Well, somebody else has done something amazing as well. Hang on a minute. Nick Gray, another long-term friend of the channel, has also gifted 20 memberships. I'm spluttering and I don't know. Let's put the camera there. Fireworks first. John Mackenzie. Thank you so much, John. Really appreciated. Michelle Johnson, firework time for you. And let's just move the camera somewhere different for a minute just to rotate the shot. Nick Gray, our friend in Boston, Massachusetts. Here you go, my friend. Thank you from Eddie and I. Absolutely awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, I'm a little bit wobbly. It's not just the camera, I'm wobbly. Good morning, Robert Smith. How goes it? Now, I would have answered the question with accuracy in terms of who gifted your membership. I think, although I'm feeling a little bit all over the place at the minute. Oh dear. I think Planecaster gifted you. If it wasn't, it was Sarah Louise. If anybody could put me straight on that one. So, don't know what to say really. It's just been a lovely moment past. 210 likes on the clock. We are now 7k and growing as a channel, and we've just been gifted a shed load of memberships. So let's just see if we can read out some names. Grant Finley, good morning to you. Glad you're enjoying the show. You're flying to Salzburg in September. EasyJet from London Gatwick, Salzburg Airport has great viewing. Yeah, I love Salzburg anyway. I've not been for years, but there's somewhere else we'd like to go and do something at, but you kind of have to task the money where you think you're going to get the most action for the members. That's the thing. Something's bleeping at me. The Peacock strikes back. Hello to you and welcome back to Plain Sailing Aviation. Hope you are keeping well. Nell W, loving that emoji action. I can't believe it. I created a special... Oh, we're going short. What are the chances of that? Better than you think, it seems. Yeah, I wished our Eddie was here. So the Ryanair you're looking at is off to Berlin, a Max 8 200. Now here's a question for you, music enthusiasts. What was the name of the British group that had the hit Drowning in Berlin? So that's a band question, and what year? Just chucking that one out there. I reckon that would have been right up Les Donaldson's street if he was still in the show. Anyway, looks like it's going out light, riding light. Yeah, definitely that. Right, let's try and get a grip on things down at the airport. Let's just get the camera locked. So, back in the chat. So, lots of marking 7K moments. Thank you so much, everybody. I can't believe no W 7K can't be a telescope thing. I'll tell you what is a sin: creating a 7K emoji milestone, milestone emoji. See, my words are coming out back to front, and I could have sworn that I had it uploaded, and yet it's not there, which is a real peeve. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The moment's a lived moment down at the airport, and I am enjoying living that moment. Thank you for sharing that and making it possible, team. Good morning, Ryan Kelly. It's a good question on the switch for Air France from the Embraer 190 to the Airbus. I don't know if Lloyd Bell is still in the show. I reckon he'd have this nailed on. It's gonna be seats, I would have thought. Off the top of my head, and this is top of my head and probably wrong, I think the A220, is that something like 146 seats? Presumably, I'm going to guess it's that. They're both very economical aircraft. This one looks like it's being tugged along, doesn't it? So let's have a look. Let's get into the who got what memberships. It's going to get confusing on this screen. Do some name checks. So the Peacock strikes back. Welcome aboard. A lot of glare on my screen now, so if I misread any of these, it will be a death for me. Cypre Kainakos, Martina Ulrich, Alan T, Malisane, UK Skywatcher, Sean Page, Matilda J, Chipmunk Oz, Claire Bicknell, and Big G. Thank you, Sarah Louise. That's a really kind comment here. Small, friendlier channel. We definitely try hard on that. Oops, plane's got away from me. This tugged plane is moving a bit quicker than I thought. So where do we get to? Big G, James Croft, Josh Burns. I think I'm there. Oh no, Tom Smith. There's more. There's so much more. So much more. Where we get to? JPR24. Don't think I've missed anybody there. Adrian G, Beth Stoddart, Mark 176. Tell you what, we'll go with the British Airways roll out. Tom Rorick, Johnny No Cash. I thought it said Johnny Cash for a minute. Gibbs Nathaniel, Ian. Oh, now we're into Michelle's gifts. Gibbs Nathaniel, Ian, Mark Cowper, Stephen Towler, not Fowler, Kaylee Carwan, who we've seen Kaylee during the show. Not sure if Kaylee is still in the show. I better keep pointing the camera for the minute, haven't I? That is awesome. And all of that gifting really does make a difference. At the minute we are particularly focused on the Frankfurt trip in May, early June, and of course everything that comes in goes out on content, tech content, travel, nothing held off for Eddie and I. It's not the channel that we are. Right, Nick Gray's giftings, let's have a look. 20 memberships gifted. Melody James, Emma Garvey. I wonder if Emma Garvey is a relation of Abby. I'll have to ask that question next time we see Abby. Maybe she'll join us after a riding lesson. Michael Walker, Pat Bell, Lee Johnson, Kiara Maina, Uncle Pat, Yin Cathay, 505. And my chat has just jumped. You wouldn't believe it, would you? Tim Smothers, Molly, Ian Walker, Alan M, Foxy Lady, Foxy B. Is Foxy Lady a relative or a friend? Kevin Duckers, Aviation in 4K, Myth, John from VW, Pilot Delta Victor, Josh Peggers. Can you hear that music? I hope that's not going to give me some kind of copyright strike, although I'm sure I don't recognise what the tune is. Right, better just get lined up with the plane. Sorry if I've missed anybody else off that list. Peggers, wasn't it, of where I was last. I'm still absolutely reeling in a good way. Nick Gray says, telescope suspended during wobbly periods. Yeah. Seriously. Keeping well, thanks, Robert Smith. Hope you are too, pal. Keith Cornell speaks for me there very much. New members, I really hope you'll enjoy the journey with PSA. We are small, friendly, and we think different. But of course, you'll be the judge of that. Tell you what, it's interesting really. When I did the prep for the show, there was a good volume of activity projected, and we've had a few more gaps than I would have expected. But we've also had a lot of early rotations in this show. I don't think I have seen as many in one show at Edinburgh, and I was wondering whether we're actually, a lot of these planes are going out empty. Well, not empty, but you know what I mean. Oh, question. I might be a bit behind on that one. So that was the drowning in Berlin question. So there was, I'll throw a bit of a clue. A UK band had a hit, a top 10 UK hit with a song about Berlin. And the question was, who was the band and what year? So, oops, nearly got blown off me haunches. So the song was "Drowning in Berlin." Just to throw a bit more meat on it. Oh, that's interesting to spot. My eye zeroed in there. On behalf of Malisane, thanks to John Mackenzie. That's Mr. Foxy B. So we've got Foxy B and we've got Mr. Foxy B. Is Foxy Lady part of our entourage, our Foxy entourage? Or somebody different? Oh, I tell you what, John Probert has nailed it on all fronts. The mobiles, 1982. And you're loving the show. Thank you, my friend. Love having you with us. I'm Mark. So let's get the introductions done. I think I had that single as well. I used to buy a lot of singles in the late 70s, early 80s. I think I've said on previous shows, I ended up flogging them many years ago and wished I hadn't now. Tell you what, it sounds funky over on the showground on the opposite side of the airport. No mystery where this departure is bound for, Amsterdam. Looks like a nice little Embraer 175 unless I'm much mistaken. Yeah, LW, emoji telescope. I'm going to have to think about how I square off with the fact we haven't got our 7K emoji. Shameful stuff. I do a nice line in shameful stuff. So I'm not quite keeping up with the plane. I'm trying to pan and scroll the chat. Scottish content creators had never heard of the mobiles before. I'm not sure if they would constitute a one-hit wonder band or whether they got a bigger catalogue of work. I just think of them for Drowning in Berlin. In fact, I think I was thinking to myself on the way up this morning, I'm going to put it on my Spotify playlist just for nostalgic purposes. It's like a blast back into the 80s when I'm got the music on. So good morning to Malaysia A380 fan Dallas, Australia. Oh, we're moving. Better keep the camera tasked, don't I? Anyway, I hope you are doing well all the way out there in Oz. KLM pretty much, well, they're on the hairpin, getting ready to line up. Dreamweaver is back. Good stuff. Plenty more to show you yet. We've still got the arrival of the Qatar A350, departure of the Delta Airways 767 and return United Airlines 757 Washington flight. So some nice heavy action, a bit more bizjet, and of course we also have, for anyone that wasn't in the show at the time, this little baby in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. I'll take it off because it's obscuring the departing plane, but it's a very snazzy RAF 32 squadron operated Envoy IV, also known as a Dassault Falcon 900LX. Exquisite piece of engineering. All right, Foxy B, Foxy Lady, no relation. Very good. Main thing is Mr. Foxy B's in the house. Malisane. It's nice when free memberships drop amongst your friends. I think I might have to rethink things a bit setup wise. The wind is just strengthening and I've got to be careful everything doesn't just disappear because it's going to get windier. You can probably tell it's moving the tripod a bit more now. Be interesting if we see a bit of movement on landings. So back in the chat, Emma Garvey. Oh, excellent, you're Abby Garvey's mum and you've just been gifted. Now there was too many that were gifted, so it'll be between John McKenzie, Nick Gray and Michelle Johnson, and all three are in the show. Somebody else will put me straight on this one. Anyway, lovely Emma that you got a gifted membership. If you remember, I'm sure you were with Abby when I filmed you both at Aberdeen last May, boarding a British Airways departure to do a bit of filming We'll take some pictures down at Myrtle Avenue. Pretty sure that's the correct recollection-ish. I can be a bit hazy. Emma, good morning. Yorkshire Biker, how are you doing, pal? Audrey's Foxy is a wide-haired fox terrier. Girly, definitely, and a beautiful one too. We have had a picture, haven't we, before now? Foxy, haven't we, Audrey? I'm getting foxes left, right and centre in my head. Oh dear. Ryan Pounder, welcome back to the show. Hammy thinks showers over the Pentlands. I'm guessing it's still dry with you, Hammy. I'm inclined to agree. The thing is, it's rolling through very fast, so I think if we are unlucky with the rain, actually I think it might be raining over the Firth of Forth as well. If you look there, that looks pretty much, I think that's rain. Although it's all right over there, I'm pretty optimistic about that. Rab H is getting this annoying Q thing at the top of the chat. I don't even know what that is, Rab. I'll have to see that on watch back. You know, as I've been moaning for the last couple of weeks or so, they've done something that just makes my chat on this tablet really craptacular. Although it seems Foxy B hasn't got it and Hammy hasn't got it, so it sounds a bit device specific. As you say, Rab, could just be PC. It's so complicated now, isn't it? Sarah Louise on a MacBook, people are watching on phones. You find that whatever you do, it's not the same for everybody, as we found when we were closing down the executive lounge tier of plain sailing aviation. Lloyd just spotted Lloyd Bell in the chat. Don't know if you answered this question earlier or whether you heard it, Lloyd. We were just curious about the Air France switch from the A220 to the Embraer 190, and I kind of articulated, I thought it was probably to do with seats. I had it in my head that the 220 held about 146, but that's... Anyway, by the by, any thought on that one? HGC, thank you so much. It's a special moment getting 7K. It's been a slow burner today, but that's, you know, we kind of knew it's going to fall to 7K at some point. It's just a case of when, and as Nell accurately pointed out, somehow I found myself looking at other things at the magic moment. However, it triggered a lot of kindness and generosity from our supporters, and I don't know, sends me for 6s and 7s, it really does. Right, driving down the chat. Michelle Johnson's changing her handle to Foxy Loxy. That's quite a cool handle actually, isn't it? Foxy Loxy. I think I've said before, when we hang up the camera with plain sailing aviation, I think I'm going to chat under Mark Magoo or Mr. Telescope. Something that you guys will recognise me under, but won't be as recognisable to those who don't know about plain sailing aviation. Mr. Telescope and or Mr. Mark Magoo, in tribute to all the things I've managed to miss. So Nell confirms we've got a Sun Express 15 minutes out. That's an Antalya flight. So when was that posted? 1:45, so 2 minutes ago. I'm catching up. Good morning, Trevor Russell. Too kind, Nick Gray, too kind. So let's have a look. Back to this 220 versus the 190. Aviation in 4K says both 2 to 3 seat layout, isn't it? Honest answer is I'm not sure. Not sure. There's always a practical thing sat at the back of it, but I kind of imagined they were probably going to put the 320 back on for the summer. I'm sure when we first started spotting here with the camera, the summer months did have a bit of Air France 320 action. But it could be a hazy recollection on my part. Let's just see what these easy jets are up to. That's a good point, Hammy, about end of Easter holidays. A lot of people travelling home today. It'd be interesting what kind of journey I get back, but I'm surprised at the airport this has felt less dense than I would have otherwise expected. But I think I'm nearly caught up. Thanks, Lloyd, for coming back on the question. 220's back in the winter, so maybe it's a bit of homework for yours truly to have a look at, actually, because it is a curiosity. Maybe there's not much, maybe it's just well, I kind of figured the 220 would be the more economical to run, and therefore it would be a matter of seats. But if it's seats, that'll be easy enough to bottom out. Do you know what, Rab? I didn't know that, or if I did, I know it and forgot. I didn't know you weren't keen on flying. And we're confirming Sun Express 737, 6 minutes out. Kushti. And what we've got here, Kenny, Not Just Tractors Brown. Hell of a cool handle there, Kenny. Welcome to the show. Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation was a regular flyer with yours truly. You know, till we had Eddie, and even when we had Eddie, we went on lots of Mediterranean holidays with Eddie. That's where he got his love of aviation enhanced, I guess, the airport experience. But really not keen on flying these days is the lovely Mrs. PSA. So it's funny how these things also change. So some people are less keen, and some people were keen, and are much less so now. Rab H, claustrophobic, that is essentially what it is with Mrs. PSA. She's not sitting there or fearful of a plane falling out the sky. I don't think she gives that much thought. I think if I introduce that into the conversation, that would be another complication. She doesn't like the sense you get when the doors are sealed these days, whereas it never used to bother her. I think it's very common as an experience. Well, now the sun's back out, it's made such a difference in terms of general ambience. But before let me waffle on about the weather, I have just spotted a fantastic generosity from another friend of the channel. Just got to quickly we have a very kind of generous PayPal donation from our friend DB Bassman. Note reads, congratulations on 7k. DB, thank you so much, buddy. Another long-term friend of the channel. And yeah, don't know what to say, so I'm going to tread water and put the fireworks on. Oh, Benny. Sounds like they're firing off some shells in celebration. Crikey, fireworks went into hyperdrive. So who else have we got in the chat? Bowler Wildcat Gaming 1991, hello to you. Having a cracking time so far, weather's good. action's dried up a little bit, although we've got some great action in prospect with the Qatar Airways A350, Delta Airlines 767 and Boeing 757. So we're not short on good stuff, and we've got one of the Queen's or King's flight, royal flight if you want to call it that, aircraft in later on. So it's good. Do you know what? Phil at SCO and his son Cooper very kindly left me a whisper and a bottle of iron brew. I think we're at the whisper point of the show, so I do apologise for a little bit of rustling. Phil and Cooper, this is for you. In fact, I'm going to give you some fireworks for such a kind act of generosity. I think I'll use the iron brew for the journey home, because usually I stop for a coffee at McDonald's at Dunbar, but I could probably do with skipping that out, and I think iron brew would probably keep me powered most of the way down the A1. You know, I've not had iron brew for years. I'm looking forward to a nice bit of nostalgia. Not any Tizer either for years. Do you remember Tizer? Tizer, leave it me. Do you know, I've not had a whisper for a long time either. Pretty exquisite. Well, somebody's on finals, folks, so although I'm treading water with the camera, I can report that there's some planes coming. So it looks like Dopey Gorp's Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS is transponding ahead of its outward trip to Hanover. Sun Express are about a minute out with their 737 MAX 8, and behind them we've got Ryanair inbound from Wheeze 737 800. God, that whisper is extremely chocolatey. I'm only halfway down it. So let's make ready for Sun Express. Quite like the livery on this as well. don't think we've got a huge amount of time before the Ryanair arrival from Wizz is on us, and there's somebody behind that, so there's a nice continuity of action. Right, I see something kind has dropped my way, so just bear with me while I try and get on top of that. Kofi Bot has confirmed. What's it confirmed? Rab H has very kindly made a Kofi donation. Rab, another long-term friend of the channel. Thank you so much, Muck-Up. I'll try and get my eyes on that in a second. Honestly, guys, you're just the best. Right, this might be the moment that we have to pivot away. Yep, that's the one. Tell you what, Kofi Bot is doing a cracking job of keeping me straight today. So a warm welcome, of course, to anyone that has recently joined the stream, live here at Edinburgh Airport. I'm Mark, your host, and delighted to be sharing the planes with you. Cursory puff of rubber. Right, let's get on it. Get down on it. Get down on it. So Rab says, congratulations on 7k subscribers, very well deserved for all the hard work you put into the channel, and very kindly gifted us £10 as well, of which we're going to get it all because YouTube don't get a cut of that. Rab, here's your fireworks, pal. Thank you so much. Right, I suppose I ought to pay a bit of attention to next plane in. Which I think is the Lufty inbound from Frankfurt. Ooh, some bleeping noises again. Not bleeped out expletives either. I'll be on that in a minute, team. Crikey, it's making a tune. Right, Lufty from Frankfurt, which is going to be our destination in due course. Be interesting whether we actually go there from Edinburgh or Newcastle, or for that matter, who we get to go with. This was going to be the thumbnail for today's show. In fact, I think we might have briefly published it as a Lufthansa. And then when we had the United Airlines in special livery, we went for the switcheroo. British Airways patiently waiting further out on the taxiway. Pick that up in a minute. So the next plane in, to my understanding, is a Geneva A320. No, it's a Ryanair from Belfast, followed by an EasyJet from Geneva. So often that wind just takes you off balance. Could get interesting for the next hour. I don't know if anyone's on METAR at the minute. I don't think it's going to add up to much of a crosswind. Certainly it doesn't seem to be moving that plane about, does it? As you just experienced there, it is definitely moving the tripod about. Definitely. In fact, I think I might need to just level it back up a little bit. As soon as this one pulls in. There you go, that's me adjusting a tripod, trying to pan and trying to get back in the charts. All in one sweep. Right, I'm going to go bottom up, I think, with this because I'm behind. So EasyJet in from Geneva next. Right, I'm probably going to have to do this in logical order. Foxy B, I can see your Ko-fi donation. I'm going to check further back because I heard more bleep. So if there's anything else I've missed. Foxy B says congrats on 7k subscribers and kindly gifts us £10. Foxy B, another long-term friend of the channel, thank you so much. Fireworks for you. Right, going to avert a telescope. Focus is just suffering on the wind a little bit there, I think. British Airways next out. So I've just seen another incredible piece of generosity towards the channel. I'm sorry I'm not keeping up with things at all at the minute. Having a mare. Michelle Johnson, I'm going to go to the bottom and go back up. It's going to be easier, isn't it? Michelle Johnson, thank you so much for gifting us an amazing £25 for the landmark 7K. Thank you, Michelle. Cripes, we're rolling. Fireworks in a moment, and I'm going to have to work my way back up the chat. I've been trying to unstick my tablet again. I'll stick my neck out and say that one's off to London City. It's very much an Embraer 190. Super rate to climb. Right, somebody's into finals, so Dopey Gorp's plane is now preparing to line up for its outward to Hanover. Fireworks for Michelle. Oh geez, wind's just created mayhem. Ay. So the plane you are looking at, or we're looking at, or is looking at, are looking at, inbound from Valencia. Looks like the bizjet departure to Hanover is getting the nod to go next. So let's just get on that. And behind that, we have British Airways inbound from London Heathrow, an A320-200. Oops. It's a rocket ship. Take a bit of chat about YouTube being too greedy. I think they take a lot. It's not cheap what they do. But Alexander Wood, hello Alexander Wood. Good afternoon, just checking. I wasn't sure if we'd switched over. John Probert, thank you for watching the show, mate. Really appreciate your company. British Airways, your next inbound. I'll put the camera on that in a minute. Crikey, that's closed a bit faster than I expected. Telescope warning. So ECYME, ECME, hello to you, welcome to the show. Jamie at 136 says United Airlines taking off for 16 minutes, 12:30, very good. Right, let's get back up the chat. Good afternoon, Melon Pan 78. Hope you are keeping well. Not seen you for a bit. Hope life's been kind to you. Welcome back, Glenn's Aviation Love. Yeah, I think there's a general consensus, isn't there, that YouTube definitely take a lot. I think the way they do it as well, it's such a flat tax. So Alexandra Wood is just popping in to say hi, looking after your niece. Hi to your niece as well. Under 3 years of age is a full-time gig, as I know with my granddaughter Cheeky. Dean Stringer, good afternoon to you in New Zealand. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Our pleasure to be with you. And it always seems we've got people, friends in our corner all over the world. It's just great. Still dry 20 miles to the west, says Hammy. That is reassuring. I wouldn't be surprised if we get away with it, to be honest, but you just don't know, do you? I'll go to the incoming plane in a minute. Hi to HK. I've said hi to you. The Ko-fi donation from Foxy B. I think I'm up to date there. 230 likes on the board. So thank you to everybody that has hit the button for us. It's an EasyJet from somewhere coming in now. About to get its wheels down on runway 24. Rob H says, I'm just seeing the chit chat, the High Fly A340 here tomorrow. Oh man alive, I don't think there's any scenario that will see me being able to return for that, sadly. Oh, dearie me. What time? I won't do an Edinburgh stream 2 days running. I think that's just a bit much. Oh dear, I'll have to have a think about that one. That would be definitely something that would be nice to see. You're right, Glenn's Aviation Love. It would be I need to get my day ticket stamped for that. I've got to be honest with you. Don't really fancy 2 consecutive days on the A1, but 340 is a mighty prize, so I think it's probably one I'll end up having to let pass. United are on the move. This will be the return flight to Washington. Very stylish. The odd blast of aviation fuel as well, which is nice. It's an indication that the wind is just perhaps being a little bit more southwesterly rather than I don't know, it just feels like it's... I've had the very odd whiff. Oh, telescope alert. Dive, dive, dive. I only have to smell a bit of aviation fuel and I'm get all dewy-eyed and nostalgic. Inbound from Brussels, we have the A319 in spotty livery. Firm favourite, I think, of the show. Certainly yours truly. So next out the blocks is Scandinavian Airlines with their A320. I think that's a Neo, isn't it? Copenhagen, I'm thinking. Stockholm, sorry. In fact, let's get on that. The sun is putting a nice beat on its flank. There you go. So a lot of love in the chat for that 757 that is about to depart after this. You're right, Bemused 55. Jet A1 is, yeah, like holidays perhaps. Although I think about days as a kid down at Heathrow from my grandparents' back garden actually. Just coming low over the rooftops. Probably 30% lead. In terms of all that pollution I probably ingested. But great times. Ooh. That smells better than my aftershave. No comments required there. Well, that's a great anecdote, Melonpan 78. You working at Glasgow in the 90s, and you had a weekly TU 154 service. Unbeatable smell, I bet. Oh, Bennett, this wind is getting crackers. No W. You're probably right. Time to change my aftershave indeed. So you drifted off axis there. The wind is playing mayhem now. It feels stronger than the forecast. So the plane you were looking at will be taking off shortly to Washington, inbound. We've got an EasyJet from Bristol, an A320 Neo, having departed about 55 minutes ago. Got an interesting reg, Guzzler. Just talk about Jet A1, Golf uniforms, Zulu Lima Alpha. Tell you what, the bird scaring team have got an epic job on today. Epic. think they've already fired off quite a few shells, and I don't think it's having much of a deterrent. Sorry, I caught the zoom a little bit there. No word of a lie, I couldn't get my feet out from under me with the wind. It's gone a little bit quiet at my end. Just trying to get a grip of things a little bit. Proving tricky. Next in anyway, a little NetJets Cessna 680A Citation Latitude. Try saying that after 4 pints of lager. 2 hours 26 minutes ago it departed Venice for the sunny climes of Edinburgh International Airport. So that's your next piece of incoming action, and outward we have an EasyJet lining up to go to Madrid. So looking nice and low is that citation latitude. Thanks Nell, inbound from Venice. Not an easy spot initially. He's finding the wind a little bit of a tease. Well, he set that one down with precision. I did think it might be a heavier touch on that in the conditions, looking at the approach, but no, spot on. Kudos to the pilot. We'll pick that one up in a minute when it comes past the tower. Right, Dreamweaver, I think you may have had to leave us. So listen, it's been a real pleasure to spend time with you. And look forward to seeing you again. We're on air Friday, Newcastle though, so change of venue. Has its own charm, straight down the barrel of the runway. Home base for us. Reinhard, Reinhard, I think I've said correct. Naya may be a better attempt. I'm terrible at name pronunciation, but I always try my socks off. Sorry Adrian, I've missed your exit off to B&Q. I mentioned home base, you're off to B&Q. Gentle nudge on likes folks, 235. It would be lovely to get to 250 at some stage in the remainder of the show. What's going to be happening here? I did say I'd take a closer look at our bizjet arrival, and so it is. Sorry, I just froze your screen there as I took a snap for the scrapbook. As folks that follow the show regularly will know, I do love a bizjet. Probably all the more so for never actually having been on one. But hope springs eternal. Britannia 079, I don't think I've said hi. For the avoidance of doubt, I'm definitely going to say hi. Yeah, apparently DB Bassman, I think came up in the chat a short while ago. We have got a 340 coming in tomorrow. I must admit, I am severely tempted by it. I'm less severely tempted by doing the A1 2 days running. And plus the fact, I'm not quite sure how it fits domestically. I'll have a look at that one later, but I think it'll probably be a pass. You never know though. Trevor Russell, see you next time, mate. Hope you have a good afternoon. When you look at Rab H's numbers there, 24,000 miles of cycling in the past 4 years. That's just an insane amount. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's great fitness. Oh, well, bit of Jet 2 action. 24,000 miles. I've got one of those Garmin watches, you know, the kind of things that count your steps and your pulse and all kinds of stuff. I'll have to dig it out really, because at one time I used to go everywhere with it and then I got out of the habit. But it's quite good to keep an eye on your stats. Right, let's keep scrolling up. Well, that's a relief, Dreamweaver. I thought you were going. You're staying. Well, that's I thought it was like a sign-off message. Oh dear. Me to a T. Listen, you're a great gang, and it's a real privilege to be able to share the planes with you. So next up on the blocks, we've got a squeezy jet in from Krakow. Having departed 2 hours 43 minutes ago. You guessed it, an A320-200, 12 years of age, currently at just shy of 1,500 feet. Still sitting out there over the further Forth. The Jet 2 that you are looking at recently arrived from Roos and is currently inching towards its gate. It's a fairly stately pace, to be fair. I do think though, once Already is feeling a bit fitter, I am going to have to get him involved with this tablet caper. I'm having one of those days again where I'm constantly being thrown out the chart, which is a real, makes it tricky, as you can imagine, because you kind of like, I like to stay in on everything. 240 likes up, 10 more for the 250. Ticking along nicely. So where are we now? 20 to 1. So what we're going to see in the next hour is a pretty legitimate question. I know in an hour from now we should be seeing the Delta Airlines 767 depart for JFK, which will be very nice. We should also see, just pivoting to the right slightly, this Lufthansa A320 make its way back to Frankfurt. That was actually due to go at 12:05. So, oops, telescope alert. Whee! Don't adjust your set. A quarter gust. It was literally as I was pivoting my feet to change position. Yeah, we can definitely say the advertised gusts have turned up. They really have. So next inbound for us is going to be Loganair, an ATR 72 from Exeter. We saw that one depart earlier in the show, and you're going to see it return. Currently making its way up the further fourth before it executes a left-hand turn and brings itself in at runway 24. The EasyJet you are looking at just touched down from Krakow. Well, hey. Jeez. So I think they're pacing this one out. There's another EasyJet making its way from the back side of the terminal. So I'm going to guess that will be freeing up the gate for this baby. So let's just pivot to the plane I'm talking about. That one over there. And that one over there is a 320neo, shortly to depart for Amsterdam. Looks like we've got a Ryanair making its way out as well. More on that one in a minute. We'll stay with the EasyJet momentarily. Seen Dreamweaver's comment about only discovered us for the first time this morning. It's lovely when things like that happen, isn't it? Looks like this EasyJet is not, I think it's giving way. So we've got a Ryanair tucked up behind it. Ryanair pulling rank. Looks like a bit of a dance, doesn't it, really? Try and keep them together on screen as long as we can. I like these 2-in-1 shots. Now this Ryanair is shown on my current display for Right Radar as going to Nels Air Hub, 17 years of age, 737-800. But going where? Wow. And that next plane is going to be the Loganair ATR. That should be quite an interesting arrival, actually. I think ATRs are nice to watch, particularly in the wind. So let's find out. Let's see if it matches the billing. Well, we got the ship down. So Ryanair lining up. Off to NA last I looked, followed out by EasyJet to Amsterdam. We're rolling. And that was fairly close, not very close. I'm getting a right buffeting. You can probably tell from the audio. It's got a bit about something about it, a bit of whip. So next to go is our EasyJet to Amsterdam. As soon as the track goes clear. Just can't keep this still. Yet another early rotation. I think there's a lot of fresh air being flown out of Edinburgh today. So Ryanair at one end, and Ryanair at the other. Anybody know how the Qatar Dreamliner A350 is making out? So the plane you are looking at is returning to wheeze. Thanking LW, 40 minutes delayed on that inbound Qatar 350. I suppose in the scheme of things that will fold into our sticking around a bit longer. For that royal flight arrival. Not that we know there's anybody royal on board, you understand? Lufty must be about ready to do summit, so I'm just going to wedge the camera there. We've got a Loganair. I'm just going to move the microphone as well for a bit. Jeez Louise. Oh cripes, Hammy. So the Emirates 380 into Glasgow, 2 hours late. I'm glad we're not streaming that. That would be a pain. Rab, the wind isn't as cold as it sounds. It's proper whipping, there's no question about that. But I've had worse. You can nearly always tell, can't you, whether it's hurting your face or not, and it's definitely not that kind of day. A bit of haze for you there, I think, with that EasyJet that's off to Birmingham. So next inbound is a KLM Embraer 195 E2. I'm not sure if it's the one we saw earlier in the show, but let's go and pick it up. That's not a KLM, is it? Not even an Orange Pride. That looks like an EasyJet. I must have clicked on the wrong plane icon. This one is in fact inbound from Lisbon. KLM after this. Loganair making their move, Scotland's finest. One drift across shot. I can't see this on flight radar, so I'm not sure where it's off. All I know is it's a Loganair and it's an Embraer ERJ 145. So I can't keep the camera still. The wind is proving a bit of a mare. And we're rolling. Jeez. So this will be our KLM arrival, an Embraer 195 E2. Even the camera doesn't want to point towards the wind. So, what's happening next? We've got a very sedate excuse me, drift towards the line-up point by this EasyJet 320 bound for Birmingham. kind of looks like it's pointing over here. Bit more around, mate. It's like an F1 car that's lining itself up for the first bend. Yep, that's the one. Lights go green, go, go, go. Who's up for a bit of speedy taxiing? Oh, no time to dally. So we've got another arrival inbound. Oh, Aer Lingus, I fancy. So the next inbound, I believe, well, just dropped off my radar. God, this is really terrible flight radar today. An EasyJet inbound from Naples, departed 3 hours ago, near enough, a 320 Neo. That's your next plane. We'll stay where we are for the minute, give me a chance to get back in the chat. Sorry if the acoustics are drifting a little bit. It is proving quite challenging. So the plane we are running with, it recently arrived from Belfast. I don't think I called that one, did I? Been tinkering with buttons in the background. Just trying to make sure we get the right trade around of power share between the different devices. Right, what we got? We've got a Jet 2 inbound from Palma, I think. Palma de Mallorca, unless I'm much mistaken. Right, I see somebody out over the far yonder. I'm going to have to refresh flight radar for the umpteenth time and see if that gives me what I need. Come on, baby. Just a minute I refresh this, I think it plays havoc with YouTube for me as well. Next inbound, a Max 8 200 from Dublin. Departed about 40 minutes ago, followed by another Jet 2, this one from Alicante. So there we go. I think that one's been in a bit of a hold, I think, or at least a circuit. Seeing a pretty little flight radar loop on my screen. See, we need 7 more likes for the 250. If anyone's watching the show yet to exercise their like mandate, it'd be really appreciated if you could give us a like. Helps a lot, as you can imagine. So we'll hitch a ride in with this Jet2.com liveried 737-800, recently landed from Palma de Mallorca. I think the next arrival was also a Jet2. Did we see Alicante for that one? I'd like to think we did. 3 and a hold, says Hammy. So yeah, they obviously have been drawing some pretty circles in the sky. Be interesting what's driving that. I don't see anything deck-wise that would point to there's quite a few planes moving about. Nell W, thank you so much for everything you've done for us today, and your very kind Ko-fi donation as well. Awesome support. Yeah, do not delay yourself. Get into whatever it is you're up to next. All is good. That's interesting. That. Just bear with me. The next plane coming in looks, just to me initially, like it was a little bit high. Now I think that was an illusion. The wheels are down, so what have we got? Transavia's in a hold as well, is it? East coast of Scotland? Oh, no, that's a different comment. Okay. Let's get to the next departure, because I think the track will be clear momentarily. What else happening on the air traffic control front, to be honest? All sounds quite intriguing. So the plane you are gazing on is that, or most of it, that 320 Neo bound for Bristol. Another early rotation. Wow, that's a decent bang. Bang for your buck, so to speak. British Airways on the way out to London Heathrow. Rab H, you asked about the wind chill earlier on. I am now starting to get a little bit cold. I wonder if that's a signpost in terms of what the weather's going to do in the next 24 hours. Definitely got a bit more nip to it than it had 20 minutes ago. It's not yet spiteful, but it's chilly. So by the sounds of it, we've got quite a few aircraft in holds. Should set us up lovely for a flurry of arrivals. Definitely up for a bit of that. James Woolard, how are you doing, James? Good afternoon to you, sir. Ooh, what have we got there? Lufty always does this, snuck out like the Kit Kat pandas, undetected. Time and time again it does that. This aircraft, I think, must be quite late, I'm thinking. Anyway, here we go. Next arrival, thanks to Pick Up, a Beach King Air 200 from Aberdeen. That one. Little bit of a bump, I reckon. Nice livery though. That's just me taking a snap, and one more for look. Very nice. Gmail. Oh, Brussels are on the move. Look at that. Trio of planes of various types, all going somewhere. I think we'll stay with our Beach King. British Airways are lining up for their Heathrow departure. Brussels spotty cutting across the shot. Look forward to tracking that in a moment, but can't resist a closer look at this baby. And the ubiquitous Ryanair now filling your shot. British Airways rolling. Bye. Right, hell of a queue now. What's going on? So let's just go front to back. I'm guessing the Lufty's going to roll forward. Frankfurt is where that's off. Stylish, isn't it? Behind a Ryanair, not sure where that's going. Brussels with the Ryanair. And I thought I saw something else moving, but optical illusion. Anyway, somebody is on finals now anyway, so we've got a fair amount of outward traffic. 250 likes up, thanks for the nudge on that, Hammy, and thanks to everybody who made that possible. Be lovely to get to 300 before we close the show in about an hour's time. Might be doable. Either which way, thank you everybody. Transavia is out the hold now. This will be the Rotterdam flight, won't it? If it's what I'm thinking. Somebody else in the background I can see. So it looks like we're into a purple patch of action. I'm sorry I'm not in the chat as much as I would normally be. I've got that problem with the tablet again. Since the last Android upgrade update, it's just not been the same consistently. Something for me to have a look at between now and next stream. I have to say, folks, I do love the Transavia livery, although I think it was Lloyd Bell, it was Lloyd who put me on to the fact they've got one of these in their original livery, which I'm determined to catch before they paint it. Right, Lufty next, Frankfurt. Can't help wonder what the event is that's going on the showground. I can hear some music thudding away. And here we are. There we go. They are all getting up nice and early, aren't they, today? Definitely. So Ryanair to Prague will be the next departure. Somebody's well into finals though, so I'd better take us there. British Airways. Inbound from Heathrow. There's our Transavia. It's there. A bit more of this, please. That's just me taking a single picture there, so I froze your screen momentarily. So this should be off to Prague, is it? I think it is. Right, Brussels Airlines, spotty livery, where are you? There you do, just a space to rest the camera. Somebody's into finals. I'm thinking it's an EasyJet to the naked eye. Can't be entirely sure. No, it's not. Never mind the naked eye. We've got a British Airways inbound, an Embraer 190 SR from Southampton. I must have missed the memo on that one. I didn't know they operated a Southampton connection. Kind of intuitively feels more of a Loganair route. Certainly we enjoy Southampton as a connection at Newcastle, via Loganair that is. Very poised. Sorry, I had to rush that a little bit. I wanted to get the planes and trains shot for you. Planes and trains. Next arrival is going to be an EasyJet from Belfast, A320 Neo. So good afternoon and a very warm welcome from me, Mark, here at Edinburgh Airport to anybody that has just joined. Lined up at the minute with Brussels Airlines, Airways, getting confused now, which way am I going with that one? Brussels Airlines. Delta Airlines are also moving at the minute, just taxiing away from the terminal. You'll probably see some of that in the back of this shot if you look carefully. There'll be an early rotation again, I think. Right, 767. Let's have a quick bit of that before the next departure. Back in the chat, Bemused55, I was just smiled at the comment, measles on the move, pertaining to the last departure. On the move indeed. So if anyone that's just joined the show, very gusty here. Very gusty indeed. See what the next arrival makes of it. It's pretty much down the barrel of the runway, to be fair. So the aircraft you are looking at off to Naples. 737 800, all of 13 years of age. And we're rolling. As EasyJet takes its place in the queue, and that aircraft is off to Geneva, returning to Geneva. Not sure there's much end of season skiing going on, but who knows. Plenty of other things in Geneva, of course. Next aircraft in for us is a Ryanair from Rome. Alexandra Wood, I see you back in the chat. Welcome back, how you doing? Michelle Johnson has got TV and feed all synchronised. I think I need you on my tech, Michelle. It's been another tricky one trackside, trying to keep across the different tabs that I usually have on the tablet. It really has, but we'll work that one out. Anyway, pilot's working out his departure right now, so let's look at that. Right, heavy action, bit of heavy action. In a minute, of course, just got to wait for that next arrival to get in and get the wheels down. Checking out a bit of emoji tail fin action on that last one. Yorkshire Biker, Sarah Louise, Alexandra Wood, and Rab H and HGC. So our inbound Rome flight is pretty much gettable, so let's get it. Let's go get him. Very distinctive 737 tail fin. Right, 767-300, where art thou? There you are. What a belter. So, plenty of emoji there, I see. Mark Sanderson, Hammy, Alexandra Wood. Oops. It's moving. Is it? can just hear the engines picking up. Yeah, I thought as much. I most definitely love that. Tell you what, this could be the fastest taxi of the day. Definitely making a wriggle on. Go on, fella. Looks like we've got Jet 2 pushing back over the far side. You're going to see that in this same shot in a minute. Oops, a little bit too much zealous panning. There you go. Jam the anchors on, hard right. So let's go back into the chat, let's have a look. Sarah Louise with 767 emoji, joining Michelle, Alexandra Wood. In fact, Alexandra Wood's going plane of the day with the 767. I'm a little bit worried about what would be my plane of the day, the RAF Envoy IV that we were hoping for at around 2:30. So Keith Cornell says no sign of it doing anything yet. What do you reckon from there to here? 50 minutes? We'll watch that one carefully. If it's not in the air by the time we get the Qatar 350, we'll close the show with the Qatar 350. I think that's the way to go. I think I'm okay for juice for a bit. Let's just focus on this Sun Express. Oh right, Rab H, you've cheered me up a lot, because that's going to be my plane of the day. I'm going to put it out there. And if anyone wonders what I'm waffling on about, I must have showed this picture more than my holiday snaps. That's what we're talking about, baby. $14.29 arrival on that, so thanks Rab, that would pretty much put it on time. That is gonna be a belter. We've seen it here before, but I'm quite happy to see it again. And soon. So I think our next departure is likely to be, just traversing the camera, this EasyJet to Gatwick. It's shaping like it wants to go, but then it looks like it's in a standoff with Ryanair. Who's going to give way? Of course it's an optical illusion of sorts. It's not, they're not really going to be crashing each other off the road, at least not intentionally. I think the thing is, Alexander Wood, we need the RAF to show up to bank that one as plane of the day, but it's provisional with yours truly, definitely. Biased as I am towards Dassault Falcons. So yeah, RAB H, Qatar 350 and a Falcon 900LX. It's definitely yes please territory. It really is. I even think, unless Hammy's gonna spoil my illusions, that this could actually finish a dry show as well. We've had a couple of little showery splats earlier on, but it's been incredibly pleasing not to have to put the bag on the camera. Take that all day, every day. So plane you are looking at is off to Gatwick. Shortly to be followed by two other departures. Let's show you those now because we're nearer. Sun Express to Antalya, and tucked in behind that you'll see the Embraer 195E2 that is going to be going to, well, you guessed it, Amsterdam. Good afternoon, chavs. Just spotted you in the chat. Hope all is good, mate. I've dropped you an email as well, chavs. The email you very kindly sent me. Hopefully you've seen. And Les Donaldson's back in the house. How you doing, Les Donaldson? Kind of seems a bit surreal, doesn't it? These two queued up. There's not anything I can see that would require them to stay and hold up the position they're at. The EasyJet Gatwick departure is also holding short at the minute, but I cannot see. Oh, it's moving now. I said that. Curse the commentator. Still dry, says Hammy. Excellent. I'm going to definitely book that as a dry show. Somebody said in the chat earlier on, didn't they, that the chance of rain was thin, at least till 6 o'clock. Can't remember who said that now, but they were exactly right. Whoever it is, you know who you are. It really didn't seem likely. Saying that, the wind's been drifting the clouds through at pace. So folks, I think the way it's going to play out is we will finish with the Dassault Falcon 900LX at 2:30. There's no chance of catching the Qatar 350 going back out because it's coming in so late. That Sun Express has finally been given the nod. Out it comes. Sticker on the front, is that their standard? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Thought it might have been bearing something special. So that's Sun Express, closer to hand, and gaining, I think, at a rate of knots, is KLM with their Embraer 195E2. Definitely taxiing like it means it, but the Sun Express is picking up its feet as well. It's almost like ATC have told them they're closing the runway in 5 if they haven't got their asses in the sky. So let's go to the aircraft that is just about to go. There you go. Ah, she blows. Plenty of sunshine on the Sun Express. Turn and burn. All day, every day. I reckon that went out fairly well loaded. What do you reckon? I saw a bit of it, but not a lot. Right, next in the blocks. Look at the size of those engine cowlings. Almost implausibly big relative to the diameter of the fuselage. They look overgunned, don't they? Chavs, no worries, mate. I always like to make sure I get my replies off reasonably quickly because I'm terrible. Said it. Terrible. Right, looking good, Houston. Looks like we've got Aer Lingus also on the move. 259 likes, close to 260. So Embraer is off first to be pursued by an ATR. If I move the camera, that'll make this plane move. Watch. That's how it works. There's our ATR. It is lurking, ready for a Belfast departure, and as promised, we now have a moving plane. Smiley Dolphin is exiting Edinburgh. While we await the airspace to clear, we'll track with this Ryanair, I think. Oh, not that. That's right-handed panning, left-handed scrolling. Plane you're looking at off to Venice. Yeah, I thought I'd try a bit of right-handed panning, left-handed scrolling, and did neither as intended. Right. ATR time. Let it go. Rest there for a minute, give me a chance to See what's happening. Venice is the next departure. Right, Alexandra Wood, I think I may have missed your departure. I'm a minute out. Anyway, thank you for coming back. Family first always. So thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of the day. Let's have a look. Jamie at 136. How long is this going to be? We'll be finished, I think, stream-wise, when the RAF show up at 2:30. That seems to be where we're at. So about 36 minutes as the clock stands at the minute. Ryanair shortly to provide us with the next action. Chance for a quick swallow of water. I do apologise. I heard myself in the headset there. Sounds like I'm slurping a bit, which I was. Should I stay or should I go? Somebody is just looping round onto finals. Can hear a helicopter, that's what we're holding for. I wonder if it is a Royal Flight helicopter. No, it's not. It looks like, not sure if I'm honest now I've said it. Don't tend to get many choppers in the Edinburgh streams, do we? But we got one today, and I spy a bizjet sneaking out there. More on that in a minute. Ryanair is now rolling. I think we're chasing hard on that for the minute. It's laying a bit low to the horizon for us. So, bemused 55, air ambulance. Was it one of those that's operated? Is it Gamma Aviation operate the air ambulances in Scotland? I seem to think back to a stream we did at Edinburgh. That definitely remember seeing a Gamma Aviation air ambulance chopper. I'm not sure if they've got different operators in different parts of Scotland. I'm not sure if this was my should I say or should I go ditty. Giant coin stacks, stay. Let's do that. So looks like we've got another arrival pending, just crossing the coast now. We have an inbound Ryanair 737-800 departed 2 hours 15 minutes ago from Madrid. Doesn't seem that long ago we waved off a plane to Madrid, also a Ryanair now I think about it. And it looks like our bizjet departure is getting busy. This is going to go up like a rocket, isn't it? Pocket rocket and all that. So this is the net jets we saw earlier in the show. Off to Bournemouth, a Cessna 680A Citation. 3 years of age, mere baby. A little bit hazy in that shot. I'll just come out a little bit. Loganair have got an ATR strumming away in the background. Not sure where that is bound for, but we'll pick that one up in a minute. It's not transponding at my end anyway. Transavia definitely is. Return flight to Rotterdam. I'd like to catch the pushback on that, but I bet I don't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I like that. Big thumbs up from Mark. Well, I haven't got big thumbs, but you know what I mean. It's got a ringing endorsement from Mark. Right, next out the door, Ryanair to Milan. Plane you were looking at. It's going to hold short though, because the aircraft on finals is pretty advanced. Although yet again, I don't think my flight radar is. Oh, it is. It's a Loganair from Bergen, I think. 24 years of age, a ERJ 145, departed 1 hour 24 minutes ago or thereabouts. This one. So the ATR sound you can hear is belonging to that one. not showing still for me on flight radar. Next arrival is going to be another 737 from Ryanair, a Max 8-200, inbound from Faro, having departed 2 hours 49 minutes ago. Aircraft all of 2 years of age. More on that in a bit. Transavia pushing back. I've been discreetly waiting for that moment. The Ryanair departure to Milan is lining up. And the wind is getting back up. It's a good thing I've not got a hairpiece, because it would have disappeared over yonder. Alright, here we go. We're rolling. Off to Milan. The wind made me zoom out there. And yet another one up very early. Ooh, ATR going short, still not showing on Mark's flight radar, but giving us a nice close-up perspective. Oh, it is now showing. Kirkwall. But keep the camera still enough. ATR 72-600. Does look rather bonny. I'm going to take a quick picture, folks. Just the one. Alright, there we go. Transavia has now managed to push back, turn and scoot its way probably about 400 yards down the taxiway. But let's put you on that. We see quite a lot of Ryanairs here, don't we? Quite a good looking livery that. Right, should be a turn and burn, I'm thinking. It looks like the next departure after this, keeping things all Dutch, is an EasyJet 320 Neo to Amsterdam, being pushed back right in front of my snout. Figuratively speaking, of course. Oh, I might be in a bit of trouble here power wise. As soon as this goes, I'm just going to unplug some things and try and redistribute what I've got. Tablet's only got 27% on it. I can stay in the chat via my phone, but I am using the Wi-Fi off the phone as one of my signals, so might just need a bit of jiggery pokery. Anyway, good afternoon to anybody who's just joined the show and wonders why the host is on about jiggery pokery and so forth. It's the trying to keep the show moving kind of thing. A bit light on juice at this end of the gig. Lots of flying leads everywhere, connecting the two power banks and various ports off those to bits of kit, but looks like one of the power banks has stopped outputting, so we'll see where we are as soon as we get this one up. Another early rotation. Right, movements seem to have just slowed up momentarily. So if anyone's just joined the show, we are awaiting the Qatar Airways A350 from Doha, delayed arrival, and the RAF with their Dassault Falcon or Envoy IV, depending on which you like to call it, in from RAF Northolt, one of the two of that type operated by RAF 32 Squadron, the Royal Squadron as they are informally sort of after. Lost me a third there. Vislandia, good afternoon Vislandia, jiggery pokery, techno speak. It's kind of like, you know, when you're getting a little bit tired and you're starting to look at all the cables going to different things and thinking, ah, sugar, if I unplug that from there. So yeah, I suppose it is technical speak, weary technical speak. Political bias, our friend PB is in the house. Good afternoon to you. Hope all is good. So I'm just in the process of trying to give a little bit of cardio to my kit. But yeah, technical indeed. So Rab H says the Qatar 350 is 1436, so that would be the final plane of the show. That is going to overtake the RAF Envoy IV then, which is due in at 2:30. So I just need to find a bit more from somewhere. But where? Let's have a look. I'm just going to have to follow the cable. One of these is as dead as a dodo, so I think it's that one. Okay. Definitely struggling for juice. We'll make something work. Amsterdam is where this plane is going. found a bit of juice. I think we might be okay. This tablet falls off a cliff once it goes below 30%, unreassuringly. RAF, you're exactly right, mate. It's a bit of a race really between the Qatar 350 and the RAF's Falcon. In the meantime, we'll just keep showing you the other planes that are moving around whilst I continue to keep a nervous watch on the juice situation. I may have to get a bit creative. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Oh, Abby's back from her riding lesson. Abby, your mum's a member now. Through the generosity of, I can't remember who the kind person was, but it was either of John Mackenzie, Michelle Johnson, Nick Gray. There was 3 really kind packets of gifted memberships, and your mum's a member of Plain Sailing Aviation. In fact, Rab's already pushing in that direction. Yeah, we were chatting earlier. Right, somebody is on finals. That's always a good sign to see. And that somebody is an EasyJet just crossing the coast inbound from Copenhagen, having been in the sky 1 hour 40 minutes. Aircraft all of, does he see 13 years of age? Yeah, 13 years of age. Currently just shy of 1,000 feet. We'll pick that one up in a minute. Plane you're watching is off to Amsterdam. And British Airways are now on the move with their city flyer to London City, which I'll pick up in a minute. First things first, so let's get this EasyJet onto camera. Not the one you're looking at, but crikey, that's a fair old bird song, isn't it? Name that tune. So, as the saying goes, easy in, easy out. Kind of makes me sound like a landlord, doesn't it? Easy in, easy out terms. For the avoidance of doubt, I'm definitely not a landlord. Right, what's happening down on the deck? That Beech King Air B200 is on its way off to Glasgow. If only I could see it, it's transponding away. And there it is, I guess. Is that it? Yes, that's it. A bit hazy for you. And the wind is back from its lunch break. Full of beans by the look of it. and we're off. So we'll await our Beech King Air 200 to line itself up. It's quite a low slung target from its current position. It is lined up now though, so I better task the camera. Because that is going to go up pretty smartly, isn't it? Is any insight required to make that supposition? Political bias. I'm working my way up the chat, folks, so I do apologise, I'm not quite on the money there. Can we put the fireworks on? Dare I put the fireworks on? Yeah, I'm going to put them on. I'll give it a go. Thank you so much, Political Bias. Have to let that go, folks. I've just been dazzled by the blinking sun. It's come out. Alright, there's our Embraer departure. Let me get back in the chat, because for some reason that wasn't Political Bias's kind super. Didn't actually flag for me. It is now. Thanks, buddy. Good afternoon, Navy Jack. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. We're in that, what's the word I'm after, finale phase of the show. Oh, and some friendly support as well from another great friend of the channel. Paul Barnes has very kindly gifted a membership. These aren't flagging up on my summary window. I'm going to take a hammer to it in a minute. PB, you're such a great friend to us. Fireworks for you, my friend. Thank you, buddy. Who got that? Let's just have a quick look, see. Paul Rusher. We know Paul Rusher. I think he's been in the show earlier on. If he's still in the show. Anyway, welcome aboard. That's a bit of excitement there. Oops, telescope alert. Oh, this is close, isn't it? There's me getting all excitable about kind support to the channel. And this baby crept in. I think I'm already in the frame, aren't I, today for Telescope 9, subject to a members vote next Sunday, well, maybe it's not. Might be senior presiding judge Alibi 58 might rule in my favour. So this is the British Airways phase of the show. Heathrow departure slap bang in front of you. I'm assuming it is, although I don't think... Changed my mind on that. Pretty sure the one at the top of the track is going London City. So the aircraft that's just arrived is inbound from Dublin. We've got 2 London City flights going out back to back. Yeah, we have. There's the thing. I thought that looked very Embraer-ish. What's that all about? So, yeah. A lot of people going to London City, quite clearly. Or a lot of fresh air being carted from Scotland to London City. Then BA would have surely cancelled unless it's positioning. So, I think it's got to be the first time I've seen that. 2 consecutive departures to London City from Edinburgh. The second of which, though, is not looking to advance to line up. It's sitting in the lay-by. So, all right. It's like a change of heart. It was slowing as if it was expecting to go in the front terminals, the low numbers. And now it's on its way by. It's clearly got to go for a gate round at the back. So, Rab H says our Falcon 900 is on a 12-mile final. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. It'd be interesting as well if there is a VIP connection. Last time we saw it here, one of the Royal Flight helicopters left Edinburgh shortly after the Falcon jet arrived. And of course, if it is anybody important on it, they'll not be hanging around, will they? It will be pretty seamless. But they could just as easy be here to collect somebody. I don't know. I couldn't see a time of departure listed for it yesterday. Ah, a bit of TV chat, watching a bit of Bonanza, indeed. As Michelle says, after bath night, in your Jimmy Jams, watching it. Yep. Glickers, our friend in New Zealand, Christchurch, New Zealand. How are you doing, Glickers? Welcome to the show. Our inbound RAF Envoy jet, Envoy IV, 6 miles out. So I think I can see it actually. It's all good. LA girl is back in the chat. I hope you got some Z's, LA girl. How goes it, Porter? Right, this is Mark's plane of the day on its way in. I'm just anxious now that I'm going to run out of electricity. Anyway, here it comes. So, we'll get the camera pointing the right way. So at the minute we are just awaiting it coming into shot. Sun's gone in, that's amazing, isn't it? And the Qatar 350 is tucked in behind that, so we are definitely into the last two planes of the stream. Thing of beauty on your screen. Who doesn't like a nice tri-jet? Oh, a bit of train as well. Now I'm hoping this plane rolls out with some decent speed and gets itself back up here. I would like to get a picture of it before the A350 arrives. Let's see if that's likely to happen. I think we'll be okay, won't we? Because it looks like the second of the London City departures has been given the nod. Another planes and trains opportunity there. Photo op. It looks to me like, yes, let's have a look. My flight radar's gone bonkers. I can't even see the 350 on my machine anymore. I can now, it's reappeared. Still over the 4th. Right, where is it? Sugar, can't believe it. It's a dead race. I'm just gonna have to take the 350, I think, team. It's all about the flying action, isn't it? So we've seen my plane of the day, but another big contender is hoving into view. Look at that. I suppose we'll get the A350 and the Dassault Falcon, or Dassault, I think I'm saying it wrong under with this Dassault caper, in the same shot. Oh no, it's probably not going to happen. Can't believe it, slow down, slow down. Right, we'll have that in a minute. Let's quickly get a snap. Banker bet 1. I think that's all I'm going to get in it. See if we can get a nice one from the back in the sunshine. And a second one. Right, I think that's pretty much it, folks. I think we've got a couple of the planes on finals, but I'm going to close the show momentarily, so don't go anywhere, because I would like to say thank you in time-honoured tradition. Just need to get the chat back up for the 55th time today. Definitely got some technicals to work on between now and next show, which will be Friday from Newcastle, 10 to 9. So look forward to seeing as many folks as possible then. Yeah, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous. So, before Hammy, Les, Rab and several others nail me, telescopes are now, we're out of telescope range. So any planes that now land, what can I say, aren't telescopes. Shows technically called close, I think, now. So I'm just going to go live to camera in a minute. I'm just trying to get my sorry act together. What I wanted to do, I wanted to get that V50 in the background as well, but it's staying down at the mound at the minute, so oh, Lowlander, I've not seen you in the show, sorry my friend. And Rab says 10's already happened. It probably did it. I've lost track of the day. Is that the one that we're taking to the, hang on a minute, no, I think you guys were trying to count one a bit harshly. Hang on, I might as well film this plane as it's coming into land, and then I'll go in front of the camera. Don't know, I'm gonna have to watch this back. I've gone light-headed. Don't worry if I'm due for 10. I thought we were going to refer something to Alibi. Use the clip on the members stream. Reporting for duty. So thank you everybody for supporting today's stream. Milestone moment, we hit 7,000 subscribers. You know, it's the first time and only time you hit any of these milestones. Thank you to everybody that has watched the show, liked the show, subscribed or stayed subscribed, because they all count equally. Massive shout out to our moderators team for today's show. Nell W, Alexandra Wood, Les Donaldson, Dopey Gorp, and Alibi, of course, 58 is still under the weather, but thinking of you, mate. Major love shown towards the channel with super chat and gifted memberships, and I fear I've missed anything, and if I've missed anything I'll put it right in a community post, but I'm having terrible trouble again, and I'll have to sort it because it can't go on like this, keeping across all the different tabs. This tablet is seriously not keeping up with pace, so it's been one of those streams really where I've spent too much time having to keep jumping back in the chat and losing a little bit of mental momentum. And of course we've had another sound issue at the start of the show. We've worked around it. It's not the same issue we had on Friday, but now I'm starting to worry whether that's an indication we've got a bit of kit that's on the way out. Let's just see how that goes. Let's go to the chat. In fact, let's do the thank yous first, because I hate to miss thank yous out, because obviously every penny spent with the channel keeps the channel moving and on the road. So right from the beginning, we celebrated Darren Hadley's 3 months with plain sailing aviation, which was awesome. Sarah Louise, thank you so much for your gifting of 5 memberships. Karen joined us as a PSA Crew Lounge member. Welcome aboard, Karen. Ian Doan also joined the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic. So I'll put this on the other way. Is that? See a bit more of me. I think the shadow was making me look a bit older. Now I'm just looking like a bad boy, or a wannabe bad boy more accurately. Where do we get to? Oh, sugar, I can't read this. Somebody gifted me a membership and I can't read my own handwriting. I'll put that right in the community post. Oh, sugar, 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 sugar. Let me drive on past that for the moment. Nell W very kindly co-feed us, as did Hammy. Foxy B celebrated 11 months with the channel. Paul Barnes 5 months. And then we got into the moment where we hit 7,000 subscribers. John McKenzie very kindly gifted us a whopping 20 memberships. Michelle Johnson, another great friend of the channel, gifted us another 5. And on this tsunami of gifting and memberships, Nick Gray gifted us another whopping 20. It was just fantastic support. DB Bassman very kindly PayPal'd us. And Rab H made a Ko-fi donation, as did Foxy B, and Michelle came back in very generously with a big Ko-fi donation. Political Bias very generously super chatted us, and Paul Barnes gifted us a membership. And I really can't decide what my handwriting says there. I'm almost inclined to say it's Hammy, but honestly I feel really bad. I just genuinely can't read what I've written, which is absolutely abject. But I'll put a community post out with our wall of champions and make sure all the names are there, but handwriting's just as bad as it ever was. It's been one of those kind of days where if I can find a way of making it not work smoothly, that's it. Anyway, thank you team, and like I say, if I've missed anything else there, I will put that right. Bottom upwards with the chat, so yeah, thank you to everybody there. Rab H, Sarah Louise, Dopey Gorp, Political Bias, Nick Gray, Yorkshire Biker. God, I love you guys to bits, one and all. Dreamweaver, it's been a real pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yep, notifications on, that will definitely help if YouTube does its end of things. 270 likes we've beat. Thank you Hammy for the nudge on that one, and that's just got us up into a nice metric there. Lens Aviation, see you next time pal. Take care LA girl. Vislandia, it's been lovely to see you. Take care and have a great week. And thank you Kenny Not Just Tractors Brown, another new friend for the day, and it's been a pleasure to meet you. Hope to see you again. Keith Cornell picking me up on etiquette. You are a tough taskmaster, but I've never served, so I've got that sort of, you know, what can I say? And yeah, so the social is definitely a week on from now, so members, you'll hopefully seen the message. We will be doing our member social next Sunday at 7 o'clock, so same time, just one more week hence. And that is it. If I've missed anybody else, I'm sorry, my head's a complete shed. I'm still trying to work out what the name is in the book that I can't read, but that'll come to me on the way home. Deary me. More care with my notation. It's because I've been struggling with the chat. Anyway, look forward to seeing you Friday. Thanks for your support, everybody, one and all. Whatever you're up to this week, I hope it goes well for you, and be well, be happy. Take care.